काम तो इन लोगों ने किया है, हम लोग खाली मैसेज करते हैं। बता रहा हूँ और अपने पास तुम्हें अपनी बिजनेस अच्छी लग रही है तो चलाते
Hello, hello.
This is difficult. You start?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Hello, 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 shake, hello, hello.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, and dear participants. I'm Rishita.
I'm Samyukta.
And we'll be your masters of ceremony today. It's a privilege to welcome you to the first session of the concluding day. We are truly delighted to have you amidst us. Before we embark on our first session, we must take a moment to express our gratitude to NSC and SBI Mutual Fund for supporting us.
It is now my distinct honor to introduce the first distinguished speaker of the day, Professor Madhu Kalimipalli, who is currently a professor of finance at Wilfrid Laurier University, Canada. Since he's been with us since day one and now familiar with us all, in the interest of time, may I invite Professor Weber to welcome Professor Kalimipalli. Now, I invite Professor Kalimipalli to take the stage and deliver his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. This is absolutely a brand new paper. It will be around 5 to finished last week. So I So, presenting this with a lot of humility. We have a guest. Oh, you don't have a roving mic, right? Okay. Okay. I want to give a shout out to the organizers. Okay. It's the first time that they're doing a fantastic job. Unsung heroes, but I just want to thank you for everything. And a mass body of PhD students have been talking. We've got a bright young people there. And I'm presenting this to Marcel, so I don't want to lose this out. I gave my caveat there already, which is right. So it's a joy to work with PhD students. Lale was a important student at Toronto University, Toronto, and I mean this. So we call this paper "Employee Whistleblowing," and that's an improved corporate environment performance. Pretty much the title itself contained. So, okay. So, oops. Okay. So just getting a hang of this. Okay. So, the good thing about employee whistleblowing is everybody can relate to it. It's not too technical a concept. Just give me a second. Okay. Little bit of problem. Okay. So there's no light indicator. Okay. Okay. So basically, that whistleblowing is really about how employees flag any misdoings of the company, illegal, immoral, or illegitimate practices. So this has been very well explored idea in the accounting literature. So you see a lot of references to accounting journalism. So it's a bottom-up monitoring mechanism that allows the employees to signal any issues that would harm the organization versus the top-down approach of corporate monitoring that we know, right? So where managers monitor the subordinates. So there is an overwhelming evidence to show that the employee whistleblowers can be helpful in uncovering corporate misconduct of detecting accounting fraud. Right? So that is sort of setting it. Now, typically whistleblowers are supposed to be tackling issues around financial fraud, safety and environmental hazards, which is what the paper is about. The second one, data breaches, unethical practices. Right, so there is a lot of evidence to it, and there have been several examples going back to even the 80s and before, how companies have to had issues that could only be resolved through an efficient whistleblowing, so to speak. So there are examples of General Electric, there's the radioactive spill, pharmaceutical companies, which are violating safety, or that applies to Theranos too, where there was a criminal indictment of Elizabeth Holmes, which was well publicized. And Boeing too had a lot of a lot of safety control issues that were whistleblown. Unfortunately, the whistleblowers had to face a lot of indictment. Right? So by the company, so there was fortunate things that happened. So again, these have been in the news for a long time. I'm going to focus on this aspect of whistleblowing which is related to climate in particular, right? So if all these above were generally good, we also had examples where companies had issues with climate, and then the whistleblowers, employee whistleblowers, were somewhat an issue. So for example, Dieselgate, as everybody knows, was an example where the technical aspects of the manufacturing were not being considered. And there was cheating happening with respect to emissions for a long time. And it started off with a whistleblower, right? An employee whistleblower, but then a lot of other regulations came. So that was one example. There are also more recent examples. Just want to throw a couple of recent examples there. Just to show that it's an ongoing thing. So last year, this is UK. So this the top ad agency faces landmark whistleblower lawsuits over greenwashing. So the story is basically that there is this ad company which was sort of blowing up the content of the ads. And there was this whistleblower, Melina, who took the brunt of that. Of course, she was facing a lot of pressure by the company to do that. Her testimony shed light on the advertising industry's complicity in promoting unsubstantiated environmental claims, which would harm consumers in genuine sustainability efforts, right? So just I wanted to give you the fact that it's ubiquitous. Columbia Oil Company, giant petrol, again, was brought down to kneel, was brought down to its knees, thanks to by this whistleblower, who basically showed how deliberate the company was flagrantly violating issues around water contamination, illegal flaring, targeted surveillance, and so on. Right. So, story is there are these events that are happening sporadically across the globe, ubiquitous, right? So, just 2-3 minutes about the earlier literature because I really have short time here. So, one request. We'll sort of minimize it. Yeah, thank you. So, the previous evidence documents that whistleblowing is economically consequential. So there's a Dyke et al. Paper to show that the employees have access to information and better information than outsiders, so they could increase the possibility of enhanced monitoring. Right. So this monitoring story has been documented well in other papers too, where projects worked by employee whistleblowing elicited downward market reassess price of governance and environment. So there's a correction happening to the co-valuation in an intelligent way. That's accounting revenue. Then it also triggers external monitoring the way I said it. So that brings in companies tend to therefore reduce their or attenuate financial misreporting, tax aggressiveness, the enhanced external monitoring, along with the reputational costs, deters firms from engaging in financial misreporting or tax aggressiveness, right? So that is very strong evidence that that was wrong. Again, the association between whistleblowers' involvement in the outcome of financial legislation enforcement following the SEC, also documented in the literature. So overall, the empirical evidence suggests that employee whistleblowing increases the possibility of enhanced monitoring by external parties, right? Well documented. And so in addition, evidence also showed that WB whistleblowing deters insider trading, lowers the likelihood of financial reporting fraud, improves corporate governance, lowers the kill. So now, on the other hand, in environmental pillar, there's a lot of evidence to show regulators, and we've been talking about institutional investors, BlackRock sort of taking their, used to be the leader, now sort of taking a backseat. But if you take that away, climate risk has been an agenda, regulators, climate initiatives, activist investors. So, thinking about climate action under task force on climate, TCFD, and so on, right? So, there has been an external role of these external monitors in trying to control the discourse of climate and bring a more intelligent policy. So, also, the role for institutional investors has been documented in the literature. So the institutional investors are supposed to be pushing the government mechanism through shareholder activism and so on. Okay. So this pattern suggests that the monitoring intensity, reputation exposure, and stakeholder pressure can move real environmental outcomes. Right. So though BlackRock has taken a little backseat, venture funds and insurance companies are pretty active. So therefore, understanding the relationship between employee whistleblowing and performance can help better sort out if there will be an additional governance and monitoring mechanism. Right? So the employee whistleblowing can lead to improvement in external monitoring, in addition to external monitoring by the institutional owners that we know, right? And that is a sort of research question that we try to tackle this paper. And it's a data-driven, it's an intended question. So does employee whistleblowing of workplace safety and health hazards affect the future environmental performance of firms by enhancing the possibility of increasing the monitoring and external monitoring. So, or self-regulation. So we sort of build on the idea that employee whistleblowing, workplace safety and health could increase the possibility of enhanced monitoring by external. So therefore, they can bring in more information to bear and act as additional enforcement mechanisms, so to speak. But we know that it's really a sort of empirical question because on one hand, they could exactly do that. They can bring in more scrutiny, bring external, safeguards in place, external monitoring, and therefore improve environmental standards. That is general point. Or it could be simply that these, they could be discarded. Simply that employee allegations could be frivolous or misleading as they may only reflect disgruntlement of the employee. So to that extent, corporates may just ignore. Therefore, employee whistleblowing about workplace safety and health hazards may have no utility. So therefore, given this lack of clarity and how this could bear out, this is we take it open. So there is also, I apologize for the slide, it's a typo, it's broader literature on labor effects. So there is also this earlier labor literature, which talks about how labor unions can actually be useful, either attenuating agency process or increase them. So this is earlier literature. So we had a recent paper, we actually show that union elections actually lead to lower debt contracts. The labor unions are working with debt providers to lower the contracts. The unions can do very good monitoring. So there is a lot of literature about how unions can reduce risky investment, act as anti-takeover agents, right? Or on the other hand, they could increase agency by increasing the vacancy costs or other operational costs. So there is this economics/finance literature going back. And our paper sort of relates to this broader role of labor markets in resolving. Sorry, am I doing a try? Okay. So we've used this OSHA data. So again, for the benefit of the room. So there is this. So again, like yesterday, keynote speakers observed, I'm using US data, but this is not to take away the bite of the study, because obviously this is an important issue that could be done in any setting. We're using it because of data. So basically, it is a OSHA, which is like a government agency, which was created to oversee workplace safety for most private sector employees. So they've got a huge coverage of over 130 million workers across 8 million different work sites. So this data is a little bit old, but it could be more. So this is like 24 years old. For example, in 2018, there were over 2,000 plus inspectors who conducted over 17,000 plus. Right? So there is a phenomenal kind of forbearing or an inspection that this administration carries out in terms of workplace safety. So these inspections are typically triggered by accidents, employee complaints, or referrals from other agencies that can also be planned. So basically, there are these planned inspections that are happening. And if for whatever reason things are not up to mark, that could trigger. So that could trigger further inspection. So typically, a facility has less than a 1 in 100 chance of being inspected in a given year. Right? So if OSHA conducts an inspection, shares the details of the complaint with the employer after removing the whistleblowers. So the reason I put this up is because I'm using therefore OSHA data as a proxy to whistleblowers. Right. So in particular, we go to focus on the So we show oops. Okay. So we are going to focus on the employee complaints that is part of OSHA data. Right. So if you go to the OSHA website, so you have this overall drop-down view. So we're going to focus on a particular kind of complaints that are related to occupational chemical and air sampling. So this is the one on harvest conductors. So therefore, just so that you now have an overview of what it is. So what we therefore are trying to do is get this establishment level data. So it's like plant level, Martin used in his papers, so plant level data, and we get this inspection data that triggered by by, which is the complaint triggered inspections. What we use, right? We use it as a proxy for visibility, right? And in addition, we also use violation data. So basically, if the inspection is done, there are some violations that are happening, there are penalties that are levied. That is also an additional gain, right? So that intersects with the true cost. This is material using true cost data. So it's sort of a true cost with firm level, and we use the intensity as our proxy. Then firm level data comes from the cost. There is this huge matching that happens. And matching is tricky because of fuzzy logic used matching. So the employee whistleblowing is related, I just want to again have you here. What we mean by whistleblowing here is related to occupational safety. So those are the complaints we use by trying to do. So this data basically, in fact, I have a nice slide here. So which sort of shows we started at 1.6 million observations. After all these intersections, we end up with over close to 8,000 complaints and over 1,000 books, right? So that's kind of we are here. Now, having set up the data, okay, so, and then if you sort of look at the time series, I just want to give you a little bit of visuals about how this data behaves. One second. Okay. This light is not working, so apologize. So as you can see, the complaints are sort of, I don't have a graph here, but they're sort of going over time. And you see a record number of complaints in final 2 to 3 years of this happened, right? And that is due to the inspections. So they've been steady and they're sort of growing over time. Especially inspections, you see there was a big jump that happened. So, and the violations, right? So where the violation. So this is a sort of data we use. This is an aggregate level. So just to get a view of how this data breaks down to different jigs or different industries. You see a huge number of, so this is sort of an aggregate. So I just take all the complaints and sort of sort them in industry bins over the example. So it seems like a lot of complaints are happening in manufacturing, consumer non-durables industry, right? So I don't have an example here again. This is very new. Just finished it like yesterday, but I can provide more examples. So the consumer durables, consumer non-durables, which is where you see a lot of complaints happening. There's also chemical industry there, which also has this visible weight. So again, you see a nice industry variation across different energy there. You also, okay. So what I did is I just took the complaints, broke them down in each industry across time. So what you're looking at is complaints over time by each industry. So y-axis measures the number of. And what I want to highlight here, the light is not working. Basically, you see a high number of complaints in the top panel, right? And the top left. So the top panel would be consumables, business equipment, telecom, chemicals, right? Healthcare. So if you see the y-axis, they have the maximum number of whistleblowing complaints, right? These are the rest. So again, this is just to show that there's a lot of cross-section heterogeneity, less time series variation happening in the data. Okay. I can skip this in the interest of time. So here we have some things. I do want to leave the time for questions. So what I'm going to do is a little bit messed up. So what time are we going to start at late? Sorry? Okay, but I want to leave some time. Okay. We started a little bit. Okay, so this is a basic fixed effects panel regression, and so the key variable to be looking at is how complaints are related to the subsequent year. So this is yearly data. So CEI is the way it is. So the negative significance shows that heightened complaints. This year broadly relates to lower expenses, carbon emissions next. Right? But there's been in two costs, the firms also, they're only only 50% of the samples actually report, the other 50% of the numbers are imputed by the data institute. So we actually threw out the data that has been imputed by the vendor, right? So that's a well-known phenomenon. So we only keep those observations which are actually reported by the firms. So we're actually using the actual carbon emissions reported by the company. So you can see the number of observations shrink and go from 1 to 2, almost by half. So that's the only 50% of the observations that are reported by true cost are coming from the company, right? As school numbers. So we use that actual clean data to the significance scores. Again, I sort of act this main idea that complaints whistleblowing seems to be related to lower emissions here, right? This is here. Now, if you break it down by the scope, interestingly, we don't see anything in scope 1 or 2, though the signs are the right direction is for scope 2. So most of it seems to be coming from the scope 3, which is really sort of remind yourself. So scope 3 is really about the upstream and downstream value chain. So it seems to be having a larger impact across, right? So, and scope 3 roughly accounts for a predominant portion of total emission. So it seems like that emission, this is visible, we didn't expect any of this. So there seems to be something that whistleblowing seems to achieve in companies in terms of attenuation of the emission. So to get to a more clearer specification, what we then do is we take the dependent variable now and specify it in changes. So now we are trying to say if whistleblowing goes up, does it increase or decrease the emission, right, as it changes, right? And so that is the first regression. And the second, third, fourth. So second to fifth regression is the same thing, except that now we consider complaints which lead to violations. So these complaints have been reported, and then later on they ended up as being violations. So we look at that. And there it seems like that the whistleblowing seems to actually have has a attenuation of climate reference one, which is the self emissions by the company, right? So, and there's an economic attached. So it seems like the way you get more cleaner specification, it seems like the whistleblowing does seem to have some sort of a attenuation effect on the emissions more broadly with the tighter specification on the scope 1%. Right? So we take that result, and of course we are very much aware of the denying the fact that the polluting firms, the ones who are actually concerned, are going to attract more whistleblowing, and probably these two variables are driven by the same plan. Right? So what we do therefore is we need to identify an exogenous variation. So we're going to lean on this JE paper. He's in Cavaliers, who use unemployment insurance. So here's the institution behind it. So let's say there are these state level regulations around unemployment insurance in the US, which are applied in a staggered way. So if there is an increase in unemployment benefits that are happening across states, that is going to reduce the costs that arise from the job loss, right? Which is one of the costliest forms of retaliation and leads to rising. So unemployment insurance gives you that buffer. So even if I complain, I know that I'm not in such a worse off situation, so I have a higher tendency, right? So that, so therefore, and there's exclusion criteria that also seems to work out well. Unemployment insurance is probably affecting emissions. Should not directly affect the emissions, it could only affect the right? So we sort of think that as a true instrument. Again, we are leaving 2021 paper by GE for that reason. And we go to the employment insurance events where the increase in unemployment is at least 10% or more. So again, the reason they use 10% or more is to show that there is a significant increase in the buffer or the comfort in having employment insurance. That is the reason. they use and we borrow. So we take that instrumental variable and then out with them. So this is the first stage we have now. Where with the UI treatment, the way I mentioned it, at least 10% improvement on the insurance is the first stage. And so therefore, it seems like, so again, the first regression is the mean sample. Second regression is only the high quality disclosure sample of companies. No matrix numbers there. So the higher the unemployment insurance benefits, seems like there's a higher tendency to complain, right? So that sort of lines up the institution. So we take that estimated and then plug that into the second stage regression, so the two-stage ID. And the results still go through, right? So therefore, I didn't report KP, I didn't like that, but it is there, the results are strong. So again, what I'm getting at is here that even if I were to say two-stage IV, there is some reason to believe that the employee complaints seem to have a creating effect on the emissions next. So if you believe what I did so far a little bit, I'm going to sort of take you through some more tests to see how this could possibly be accomplished. What could be happening? For now, I'm just going to do the simple thing. I'm going to remove the dependent variable, which is actual emissions from root cause, and replace with the short-term textual algorithm. So just to put that in context, now I am measuring the emissions by the apprehensions the managers reveal that what I'm calls about how emissions are going to evolve in the future. And those emissions could broadly be broken down into total exposure, number one, or those which are broken down based on physical risk only, or regulatory risk only, right? Or an opportunity risk. So basically 5 and 6 we put together for transmission risk. So these are textual analytics measures which are basically saying that look, when emissions go up, the managers tendency to reflect on this risk as being a material important risk, the quarterly calls needs to go down. So managers seem to be less worried about these risks, especially regulatory. Right? I think regulatory opportunity. There is some sentiment thing we are going on. It seems like it increases the negative sentiment risk. I'm trying to understand, whereas the positive sentiment goes down. So we're still trying to figure out what happens. But at least there is some clear evidence that the investors, the managers concerned about the underlying regulatory risk, opportunity risk. Opportunity is mostly coming from technology and investor preferences. That risk seems to be somewhat accumulated, weighted offline. So armed with that result, yeah. Okay. Sorry, this is slightly. Okay, so then what we do is we want to understand a little more. So the story is that this is going asymmetrically to affect on climate risk, and the managers discourse on whether climate risk is an important material risk. That seems to go down. Then we now put, so these are sustained analytics scores. So what we do is, so we have a DCF paper recently where we show that a new metric called carbon risk management score. So basically, sustained analytics key pillar has got 59 metrics, out of which 13 of them are actually about firm's ability to efficiently do carbon risk management, right? So we gather those 15 metrics, we call them carbon risk management score, and we put that as a question 1, and the rest of the variables, that was 59 minus 13, they are the remaining variables. So what we sort of see here is that seems like when companies are getting hit with these whistleblowing complaints, the carbon risk management score next period is going up. So firms are doing some kind of belt tightening as to how they are wedded to who is carbon. So it seems like there is evidence to show if it's success analysis data that companies are trying to tighten belts around how they're going to engage in carbon risk management. So that is an interesting. Then we sort of looked at the innovations that are happening by underlying companies. We access the global corporate patent data. So we sort of look at the innovations broadly with underlying companies and only green innovations, the percentage of them. That is clear. The first two regressions are basically saying that it seems like the companies who are whistleblowing seem to be also engaging in greater innovation experience, especially greener innovation. So it seems like it is sort of sounding the right bells. So maybe the companies are not only putting the seat bells in terms of carbon risk management, but they're also trying to do something the way more in terms of PhD. So again, whistleblowing seems to be headed in the right direction in terms of what to extract or expect. Okay. Sorry, tricky. Okay, then okay. So then we sort of run these heterogeneity tests. Okay, and the whole idea is to sort of show where this whistleblowing attenuation effect of the climate is coming from. And interestingly, it seems like the effect is coming from high-risk firms, as in firms with higher carbon intensity, or firms with higher distress risk, right? So that's exactly that. The effect is coming from already closely monitored firms, closely monitored in terms of analyst outreach, closely monitored in terms of higher institutional ownership, 39, right? Or less efficient firms in terms of lower R&D intensity or lower product cost. So it seems like, therefore, whistleblowing has interesting effect in terms of attenuating climate risk for firms where we expect such kind of monitoring could be used. Okay, I'm almost there. More tables. Sorry, this is taking short time. Okay, so what we then do is now cull out of the inspections, cull out only those which have to do with complaints, and the rest, what I mean therefore is look at the OSHA inspection 5. There are a bunch of them. The inspections will be happening for incidents, referrals, complaints, monitoring, etc. So we only cull out the complaints and rest into non-complaint. So the results we document before seems to be mainly happening on part of complaints which are triggering the inspection. So that is a strong result. Finally, we also see, so complaints are happening, whistleblowing is happening. How is that bearing out on violation analysis? We again see that there is a so basically, so what we see here is, so the dependent variable is the changes in the violations, what we're measuring. So it seems like the companies who are getting into these complaints in the next period are trying to do this well-timed work, which leads to lower violations or penalties next week, right? So all in all, I think the key question we want to address in this paper is, does employee whistleblowing, in particular that's related to operational health, does it have broader consequences beyond workplace resolution? In particular, does it help the environmental performance of firms? And so I'll just take 30 seconds, sort of put everything all the results together. So it seems like the whistleblowing leads to lower emission intensity period, counting only the disclosed defect also, and mainly related to scope 1 or 3, depending on these are robust and endogenous two-stage identity specification related to employment insurance. The whistleblowing leads to improvement in subsequent climate risk textual analytics measures, right? Mainly coming from community and regulatory risks. It leads to increase in subsequent carbon risk management practices by firms, leads to subsequent green innovation by the firm. It mitigates emissions for firms that have higher risk, higher monitoring, and are less efficient. These effects are mainly coming from employee complaints and result in subsequent reduction in violation. So that is pretty much it. I think we have taken a stab at this important question. We think, right? So the first bullet of the slide, I think, is a lot of these accounting people are aware of this employee as an important accounting fraud mechanism. We're sort of adding to that, we think, to show that there's also a material useful impact that's going on a more pressing problem of climate, and we provide. Thank you. Yeah, take it all the time. Right.
There should be something.
You mean the regulators? Correct. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Correct. I think your point is well taken. The regulators should encourage whistleblowing, protect the whistleblowers. Because even in a country like the US, whistleblowers get a lot of flack. I give you examples of UK, I give you examples of Colombia, I give you US too, right? So there is whistleblowers need to be protected. They play an important economic role. I completely agree. This is in progress. I think all the countries in the world have a system themselves. So I think that's a good policy description.
Mind of the whistleblower. If I do something, there may be either employment loss or something.
Exactly. I think that's why we use the item.
Paul Fleiderer and Anna Tadmati are writing a nice paper about how managers have an incentive to violate any sort of claim, as long as the penalty is less than the potential impact on stocks.
Understood.
I didn't see any sort of usage of the size of the
But that's a great point. We haven't done that. So there are, I believe the data has 3 kinds of penalty. Yes, so that's one more test we haven't done. So absolutely, but that's absolutely right. So when the penalty is greater, we would expect greater rate. Absolutely. Well, on the to-do list.
Hi, it was a great presentation. So my question is related to the complaints, how you're measuring it. Is it a binary variable or
number of just count? Yeah, we can just talk. Just measuring, adding up. So it is not a binary, it is a total number of complaints. I think we log in total.
So when you talked about the complaints getting reduced in the subsequent year after the complaint is being reported,
Correct.
so the idea is that let's say I complained.
Violations. Violations of penalties.
So if I have complained this year, it will not be accounted in the next year because I had complained this year, right?
So I think we need to better explain that. I think so what we're saying is the companies seem to be mindful of this. That's what we're trying to say. The companies seem to be mindful of the fact that this is going on. So there's a penalty you already paid. So I need to do more belt tightening, right? So that's the sort of evidence that we're providing. We need to do a little more work. But it is sort of resonating the idea that the company will actually have, for example, renovation, others management, or through granting. That's the sort of thing. But I need to better. Probably I can do. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Correct. Correct. Yes. Right. Right. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, correct. 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 So there is some signaling happening. So we need to nail that better, whether it's whether it is signaling or whether it's window dressing, but yeah, that is correct. I think we need to better nail that story. Absolutely, well said.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, got it.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sir, you used unscaled number of complaints, right? I totally agree. Now, I'm just asking, it's a clarification that 2006 or 7 number of companies in a particular industry and 2026 or 2025 a particular.
Correct.
So whether this percentages should be taken instead of the
Yeah.
unskilled numbers for your analysis.
We followed some of the literature that already there. We didn't really find the real, but we can do some more robust systems. Yeah. So maybe you're thinking about
200 complaints in a industry for about 2002 and 400 complaints in the same industry in 2026.
Right.
Are they really percentage wise they're same or different or increasing in
Right.
real sense? That's because the number of, I mean, the
percentage.
percentage wise industry, would have perhaps, I don't know, I'm just clarifying. And second is, sir, when you were measuring in one different side, you're increasing in the emissions or decreasing the change. Right hand side is the same again, unskilled complaints. So don't you think that also should be the change in the percentage change or the change in the number of complaints?
Yeah. Yeah, these are good questions. I guess we didn't invent them. So again, try to do this. But you're right, those thoughts are well taken into account. So yeah, we just want to make sure that yeah, I agree that the stationary. So the dependent variable we do make changes, and the increasing that so it is doable. Like just the way we do the emissions too, we do the ratio changes. Absolutely, I think they're great points.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And last, sir, you're as per you are an expert. So if you really have to say these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the most important variables influencing the carbon emissions.
Correct.
So where does this whistleblower stand? First 3, first 5, where exactly do you think so?
In terms of
Whistleblowing.
as I don't have. This is just a study where we show whistleblowing. So these are mixed effect robust panel regressions. So you're asking me in terms of reckoning of the monitoring mechanisms, where does the WB stand?
Might be. Your intuition, sir.
Yeah.
Your understanding.
Again, as Mark said, I mean, we don't know whether companies will be doing it or the system cannot doing it. So that is another question. We haven't tried with them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I have one query.
Yeah.
In today's world, when the financial companies mostly rely on technology,
Right.
it's always everything is fintech. So if the technology is causing the non-compliance, so the action should be taken against the financial company, or the technology company should be brought under scanning.
So you're right. So basically, what we are saying is there's external monitoring, which is absolutely important, regulators, shareholders, board. Now we are saying that even internal stakeholders, the employees, can also have a role to play. That's all we are saying. That does not absolve the role of external monitors by. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to call upon Dr. Weber for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Professor Madhukalimipalli. So I'd just like to say that Professor Madhukalimipalli is not just a speaker in the conference, but he has been mentor to the conference from its very initiation. And he has been very instrumental in helping us develop this conference the way it has turned out to be, from suggestions around the speakers, discussions, and virtually everything. So we are very thankful to Professor Madhukalimipalli for his role in this conference. We're also thankful to Professor Munish Thakur, the Dean of Academics, who has attended this session, And I would like to invite him to please present a memento to Professor Kalimipalli. Please.
You think I'm doing surveys, but you're not letting me do it.
Now I'd like to please invite Professor Marcin Kasperczyk. He will some tips on helping you publish in top journals, and then we'll open it for Q&A from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, it looks like every morning has to feature me. So I understand that I'm very much tight on schedule, and I'm probably the residual claimant on time. So I try to be very brief with my remarks. So I have been asked by Baba to talk about that. I don't know whether I'm the most competent person to tell you how to do research, but I can give you my personal views. And again, as he said, probably most useful for you would be if you have any questions following what I tell you, and I would be very happy to share you my perspectives, which I want to give you a disclaimer, need not to be the best perspectives and the best advice that you can receive from anyone on the topic. So the broad idea that he asked me to talk about is like, how do you actually get from the beginning to the end of the publication process? How do you actually come up with ideas that eventually become super impactful and super good papers? And I still have to figure it out, but I have some kind of cues in my mind what I think is essential. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I have 5 things that I wanted to briefly touch on, and then I will open up for questions. So the first one, and it's almost the most important one, I would say, is that choosing the topic. So I think that's the part where things can go right or wrong. And I think I always tell people that this is the hardest part, and to some extent the most fun part, because that's why we are actually doing research, because we want to do something that actually excites us. So I think there are 3 kind of things that I wanted to mention when it comes to choosing the topic. I mean, the first thing definitely that I think should always be high on your priorities has to be something that interests you. It has to be something that excites you, that you think that you are actually passionate about. I think over time, when I was observing young scholars, how you kind of predict their future success, one of the key predictors that you identify in people is actually passion for what they do. The more passionate you are about what you are doing, that's my highest marginal R-squared variable in the model that I have to predict success. But interesting, of course, is very much in the eye of the beholder. So there's always a question, what interests you? Does it interest everyone else? And in this regard, it's always useful to square this with what the rest of the society thinks about what you consider interesting. So relevancy is in some sense an important topic too. And my kind of litmus test for relevance is, does it actually excite people other than just the academics that I talk to on the daily basis? So when I come up with the idea, I actually typically want to run it by people who are less of an expert rather than the people that I meet on a daily basis, because we are all very well calibrated to each other's taste, etc. And it's a little bit like we are speaking the same language. I think the harder test to satisfy is the language where other people don't speak. So I talk to family members, I talk to some people who I do leisurely stuff with, and ask them, what do you think of this or that? And try to kind of gauge their excitement about the topic. I also personally think that ideas don't necessarily come from reading academic journals. And this is not a prescription for PhD students what to do in life, but I got to convince myself that the best ideas I had in my life just simply came by observing what's happening in the world, rather than reading the last issue of the Journal of Finance and trying to see what people have done. And that could mean many things. Sometimes you watch a TV program and something just clicks in your brain and you say, they haven't said X or Y, and I think that's potentially what's missing in their argument. Or you read the newspaper, or you just basically look around the world and you see, okay, something is really like bothering me about how this world works. So I think this is where I think the best ideas come from. It's basically trying to connect with the world that we want to actually inform in terms of what we are doing. But having said that, I think there is always an element that wearing the hat of my editorial duties always has to hold. Irrespective of whether it's interesting, relevant or not, it has to be also novel. So the idea that you are actually offering something that people have not thought about, it's essential. Oftentimes people come up with ideas which are very incremental. And in some sense, it's very hard to see what is the distance between what we already know and what we actually don't know. I think the best ideas, as I call them, are the greenfield ideas, where you enter and you know that people have not thought about it. And in this regard, there is no argument as to is it novel or not. But I think it is an essential idea that the contribution that you make is actually relatively large to what we actually know on the topic. So that's kind of the first part. As I said, this is the part that I think is the most relevant in a way how I think about doing the research academically. Then, of course, what you want to start thinking about is who's your audience. And I want to be very open about it. Like over time, I got to realize that choosing your audience is very important because it really shapes how you should be thinking about how you write the paper, how you structure your claims, etc. And it's not necessarily the case that academic audience is the most interesting audience you want to connect to. I became very humble by talking to people who are practitioners, people who are policymakers. You can learn a lot from those crowds as well. And sometimes you actually want to speak to that crowd. You want to write your paper that actually connects to those very constituencies rather than just writing yet another academic paper. And of course, depending on who that audience is, the language of communication has to be rightfully adjusted. And maybe at this point, you also want to ask yourself a question, which I think is to some extent a relevant question. What is the end game of that? Where is it that I want that research to actually feature? Not everything needs to be published, so of course that goes, that stands. But if you decide that the publication is your ultimate goal, I think it's important to kind of calibrate your expectations. Where it is that the idea that I have created has actually a legitimate chance to be published. And I think that kind of eliminates this risk of disappointment exposed, where you try to publish something, you choose your favorite journals, and you feel like I'm hitting the wall. And sometimes the mistake you are making is that you simply chose the wrong outlet. You just calibrated yourself in an inappropriate way. And that would save you a lot of frustration if you actually did that process very carefully. And I think there is value to having papers not only in the top journals, but actually in other places as well. Some of the well-cited papers not necessarily get published in top academic journals. They make good points, and that's what matters, not really where you publish them, but what it is that you have to offer to our basically discourse, the discussion we have on the topic. And then once you choose that, of course, you want to think about execution. I mean, this is kind of like a necessary condition. That's why we all get trained. That's why we do our PhDs, our training, etc., so that we kind of get a sense of what's the standard at which we operate. And I always tell people that when you think about that, there is a good kind of practice to have a little bit of a look at what gets published in the journal that you decided to be your outlet, and kind of see what is the standard of writing, what is the standard of methods that actually this kind of journals show or display. And it's interesting to see that occasionally as an editor, I get papers that kind of tell you that someone has not done the job. You see the paper that is formatted, it looks very different than the standard kind of paper that gets submitted to your journal. Of course, this should not be a prejudice against the paper, but it kind of signals that someone does not actually learn the same language that the crowd that reads that academic paper is used to. And I think it's relevant. And I think it's important that we actually do that homework when we actually write our papers. And then, as I mentioned, execution has to be impeccable to some extent. I have one little rule for myself. When I write papers, I stop revising when I actually literally exhausted my brain power to generate extra ideas. Plus, yet again, I've exhausted my brain power idea. So you kind of go to the point where I feel like I don't have more to say about what I have said and let others now speak about them. Of course, it is useful to get feedback from others as well, and I do get that as well. The lucky outcome is that you can get a seminar invitation or a conference invitation, and you can speak about your work and get feedback. But I also think that this is not always a necessary condition. I think having 2 or 3 trusted people that you can run your idea by and getting their opinion about can be as useful as it gets. So in this regard, talking to people that you have faith in and getting their opinion about your work is definitely something that I encourage people to follow. And then finally, there comes a dissemination, of course, which is the process of publication. And we all know that the odds are stacked against us, right? When you read the journal statistics, majority of the top journals at least have extremely discouraging numbers. They tell you we reject 90+% of papers that get submitted to us. We all live by the same statistics. That's a fact, and we have to get used to it. There are not too many people in this profession who never got rejected. I would probably question if there is any person like this in this profession who never got rejected. We all get rejected. I think what's important is what do you learn from the rejection. I think taking things personal is probably not a good advice. So you should always kind of breathe a little bit, reflect on what you have seen, and then kind of regroup and continue. I think this is the game of persistence and the game of tough skin. This is what I learned over the 25+ years that I've been in this business, that yeah, you can't just get too frustrated. You can be upset for 1-2 days, but after that, the work has to continue. You don't stop, and learn from your mistakes. You made a mistake, you try not to make that mistake in the future. But the bottom line is that actually you should be trying to be as proactive and as prescriptive in terms of addressing that feedback as it's possible. Getting negative and thinking that the world is kind of set against you, I just think it's not productive. Even if it is the case, even if it's true that you kind of hit the wrong draw, I just don't think it gets you anywhere. And then there are sometimes these nice moments when actually someone tells you, we want you to resubmit your paper to our journal. These are these very rare moments of, oh, okay, someone actually likes what I'm doing. But of course, the game doesn't stop there either. And rule number 1, I always try to apply to myself and tell others to apply. When you get a revision request, do 150% of the work that they ask you for. So even if you think actually that you've answered all questions, try to, again, re-question what they've asked and try to read between the lines. Maybe there is something that actually I have not answered, or I could answer even more than they asked me for. The most treacherous referee reports are the ones that look like they are the most positive ones. If I ever got rejected in the second round, those were the report based on the reports where I took referees too lightly. Someone writes like a 1-pager, it's a good paper, it should get published. And then you respond with 1-pager, thank you for the nice comments, I really appreciate it. And then they say, really? You thought that this is all that is going to happen in this process? So always question, like if you see something little written, try to expand it on your own dimension and say, oh, I'm sure you meant this, this, and this. And this is exactly what I want to show you here. So I think these are the kind of little things I wanted to share with you. But again, in the interest of time, maybe it's interesting for everyone to have a chance to maybe have your own views and opinions. And I'm very happy to answer any questions of any sort of this particular process. Thank you. As I told you, I'm a residual asset here.
So, sir, in the review process of any paper, there is a subjective interpretation of whether this paper is or the research question is interesting in the first place. Now, who decides what is interesting? And like considering the fact that finance journals do not typically accept registered reports, so it means that we have to first write the entire paper, and only then we can submit to the journal to gauge the editor's interest or the referee's interest.
Yes.
So it means that you have to put up a lot of upfront commitment to work, and then be told that, you know, this is not interesting enough. So
Yes.
what are your thoughts about this?
No, I think it's a fair point, and I totally agree with you that we are in the business where things are very subjective. We are not mathematics where proof is either right or wrong, and that's not a matter of interpretation unless you find a mistake in the proof. But so yeah, so that's definitely true. But I think maybe just kind of connecting back on what I said earlier. I mean, you have all these many stages before you send the paper to the journal to kind of gauge at least that interest. You present a paper to your colleagues, you present it to other people, you give seminars, internal, external. You kind of get a sense of how people respond. And I think that's probably the way to kind of calibrate what could legitimately happen in the publication process. And again, there are idiosyncratic draws in this process. I fully agree with that in a way that occasionally you may hit the journal where people just simply wrong about what you did. And Black-Scholes model got rejected many times before it got actually published in Journal of Political Economics. And only because the authors were Chicago-based scholars and JP was the Chicago Journal. Otherwise, probably would not even get published there. So just tells you that, yeah, there is an occasional mistake that this profession makes about very high quality research. But in the end, I think for the majority of papers, I would argue, the kind of a little bit of a law of large numbers applies. If you have a good idea, you are going to hit a good publication with a couple of draws of submissions. Even if the first few fall apart, I think you are going to converge. If you have an idea which is okay, not that exciting, I don't think the law of large numbers kicks in a way that you are going to get independent draws of rejections and it's going to continue unless you recalibrate the journal kind of expectations that you may have for your publication. That's kind of the lesson I learned from doing academic research.
Today, three questions, but I ask for people. So one question, the first is it's related to only so there appear to be related few machine learning papers published in the top tier journal comparison to others, which is a very highly exponential growth. But what I found in top tier journals very few. So what key elements or contributions are editors and reviewers specifically looking for from authors working in this area? This first. Second is what core focus or guiding principles should scholars maintain throughout their research process to stay aligned with the top journal standards and avoid distractions so that they can feel confident they are moving in the right direction?
Yes. Oh, this is a great question. Sometimes you feel like you're working on something that is very relevant. And I think machine learning and AI in general, I wouldn't question that's extremely relevant. And then you say, why is it that the topic that is so relevant does not get published? Why is it that we don't have it? And I think there is one little thing that I want to mention that I think is relevant to the whole process of doing academic work, which is there is a difference between basically something that is just descriptive versus something that is prescriptive. I think in academia, I as an editor, for example, when I see the paper on my desk, I really want to think of the paper not really as just documenting the facts. Sometimes facts are interesting, but more, what is the economic insight that that paper provides that the literature has not provided to us? So that principle, I think, has to be applied to research on machine learning as well. It's not just enough to say, I have this good model that predicts something. I mean, it is good, it's useful to some people. But for the top academic journals, that's at least my personal opinion, they want a little bit more than that. They want to say, given that it predicts this world so well, what it is that we have learned about this world that we did not know about. It's a little bit what we touched on yesterday's conversation in the evening. The distinction between explaining something versus predicting something versus causally predicting something. I think that's kind of where maybe a little bit of the distinction comes. If you can provide a mechanism, some kind of economic way of thinking about the problem, I think that's what kind of top journals in general are looking for. And it doesn't have to be a formal economic model. It just could be simply a set of ideas that you can put into concepts, but there has to be something that essentially has this element of some insight that we did not think about.
I'm sorry, I'm really
Yeah,
sorry. Please forgive me. Cochrane is waiting, Professor John Cochrane. Probably you could talk to Marcin a little later.
sounds good. Thank you so much.
Before I propose a vote of thanks to Marcin, let me welcome Professor John H. Cochrane. He's online. Professor Cochrane, can we see you? Yes, yeah, Professor, thank you so much. Good morning from India. And allow me a couple of minutes before we formally invite you to start addressing. So Professor Cochrane is online, and before that, I'll be failing in my duty if we do not thank the kind of indulgence that Professor Marcin Kasparzik has given us throughout the organization of this conference. Professor was very kind to accept our invitation right at the initial stage. And he has been very, very kind in all the trouble that we have been putting him in. So we have tried to, oh, I'm so sorry. So we have been trying to, make best use of his presence on the campus. So must have been very demanding for you, Professor Marcin. And we are incredibly honored to have you amongst us in person. And honestly, I really don't know which words I should use to express our gratitude to you. I have advanced the vote of thanks to you because Professor Marcin will be leaving sharp at 4. He has some engagement in Delhi, so he'll be leaving at 4. Therefore, I'm advancing the vote of thanks. And Professor, we hope that your stay was comfortable and you enjoyed your time. We do hope that you will continue to patronize us in future as well. And we'll be so happy to host you once more again, anytime that when it is possible. And we hope to stay connected with you. So I have informed all the delegates also that you are leaving at 4, so expect some crowding, right? So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And of course, the splendid talk that you gave, and of course, the tips that you offered. I mean, it will be very difficult for me to enumerate everything that you did during the conference. Thank you so much. Probably there must have been certain things amiss in our hospitality. So we are really sorry for that, and we hope to improve. Thank you. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for Professor Marcin. Thank you, Professor Marcin. Now I'm handing over the podium to my very dear students. Then we'll start the process of inviting Professor John Cochrane. Professor Cochrane, one small technical information I'd like to give you. Occasionally there could be a power issue. So 30 seconds maybe you get logged out. So please indulge us that we log in again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It is truly an honor to introduce our keynote speaker joining us virtually. Professor John H. Cochrane is a title in the field of financial economics, Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institute, Stanford University, and one of the most influential economists in the field of financial economics and asset pricing.
Professor Cochrane's work has fundamentally shaped modern thinking on asset pricing, financial markets, and macrofinance. He is widely recognized not only for his academic contributions, but also for his ability to bridge theory with real-world market dynamics. His research, books, and public commentary have had a lasting impact on academics, policymakers, and market participants across the globe. He will be delivering a keynote address on the topic, Current Trends in Asset Pricing.
In a rapidly evolving global financial environment, this session will offer valuable insights into how asset pricing theories are adapting to new market realities, technological advancements, and macroeconomic challenges. Let us join hands to welcome Professor John H. Cochrane with a huge applause. Over to you, Professor.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't hear what's going on. Thank you for that very, very kind introduction. I hope I live up to it. I'm supposed to talk about current trends in asset pricing, and I'm going to give that in a broader historical perspective. First of all, say something or go on the chat if my audio is not coming through okay, or if I need to do something over on this end. I thought I would, so as I was saying, I thought I'd like to put the current trends in historical perspective. because in many ways, the things we're doing now are just a continuation of the important questions we've been after for my entire career. So I started looking at asset prices back in the 1980s when I was in graduate school, and I was motivated to take this on as my career, it turned out, by the great puzzle, and that still puzzles us. Why do prices vary so much? A typical year, standard deviation, as we all know, is 20% on the aggregate stock market. So that means in a typical down year, the market goes down 20%, one standard deviation. That is all of the capital stock of California and Texas falling into the ocean. That's how much we've lost. That's 20% of US capital stock. The average year of a 20% gain is another one standard deviation gain. A California and a Texas rose from the sea and joined the United States. That's much, much bigger than Greenland. Now, surely that's not happening. The amount of capital that we have is not changing that much. Clearly, the value of the same stuff, not the amount of stuff, is changing. Now, the same happened, in the housing crisis. We talked about, the value of housing going down. Well, it's much different that the value of the existing houses goes down than the number of houses goes down. Again, California and Texas would have had to fall in the ocean, and that didn't happen. So that's a big puzzle. And not only why are prices so incredibly volatile, why are they volatile, particularly in recessions? Recessions are a time when prices go down, after all. And surely stock prices have something to do with recessions, or maybe recessions have something to do with stock prices. What is going on with that? So I took on these questions in the 1980s. It seemed to me that those were simple questions that we were surely going to resolve by the time it turned into 2025 and I was giving keynote lectures. But we haven't. We've made some progress, which I want to talk about today. And we have some fascinating new directions to go in that I didn't dream of in 1980, but we still haven't gotten there. So the foundational questions are still open. Now, how do we think about this? The 1970s, early 1970s, was when price equals expected discounted value of dividends was sort of discovered or rediscovered. And people went out and did the natural thing. Well, price is expected discounted value of dividends. Let's go test the theory, the way we're supposed to test theories. So they went out and took forecasts of dividends, maybe analyst forecasts or regression forecasts, discount them back with some sort of discount factor model, CAPM, some kind of rate of return. What does the model predict the price should be? Well, as you all know, the answer to that is usually off by an order of magnitude from what the price actually is. Abject failure. And that remains a puzzling fact today. None of us, if put into a room and not allowed to see what the actual prices are, could come within a decimal point of what the price of any traded security is just from cash flows. So is the theory a failure? Well, of course not. And the great theorems of the 1970s, I think, really help us to focus. How do we do asset pricing? And the number one is, of course, that people out there know more than we do. Agents have more information than econometricians. This is an incredibly important question to ask, and many papers published in top journals to this day still fail that question. They still assume that agents in the model see no more information than we do. No, agents in the model might be seeing more information, so that's why their prices are different from ours. Second, what was called by Fama the joint hypothesis problem, and is now called the discount factor existence problem. Absent arbitrage, there exists a discount factor such that the market price is the present value of dividends. That almost makes the thing vacuous, as you know, and that's, any of you who've read my asset pricing book, that's in the front for a good reason. Now, you might say, well, that we've just proved that our theory is completely untestable. Maybe people know than we know. Maybe there's a discount factor, but no. Asset pricing is, in fact, one of the most productive empirical, joint theory and empirical fields there is. And in 50 hard years of work, we've figured out how to do things that are robust to this problem. So, just I'm going to refresh you by reviewing. In the 1960s, the first thing people did was random walk tests. Can anything forecast returns? Something we're still at. They called it regression then. Now we call it machine learning. We use bigger data sets, but the game still goes on. Now let's think about that test. That imposes something about discount rates. It imposes that expected returns are constant over time. And that's why it's particularly plausible for daily horizons, where it's hard to see a reason expected returns should vary over time. But it is robust to agents having more information than the econometrician. That test, a random walk test, says that nothing that agents have should be able to forecast, including past prices. But if they can have more information than we do, the random walk test is still completely valid. And remember, efficiency is just about competition. Remember, efficiency is defined as is information incorporated into prices. And remember, prices are not efficient. Insider information is not revealed. So it's always, but that was the thing we were fighting about in the 60s. Starting in the 70s, we started doing capital asset pricing model, which we are doing to this day, multi-factor pricing models. The question there is, do average returns line up with betas? Well, this, of course, is a test of a discount factor model. So again, there is an imposition. We are testing the discount factor model. But to my point, notice those tests are perfectly valid if agents have more information than the econometrician. We can do things even despite those fundamental theorems. That still leaves the question, but why are prices varying so much? And through the 1970s, the fight goes on. Maybe the Chicago types would say, well, look, you can't forecast stock prices, and the CAPM seems to work pretty well, so we're done. And the critics said, yeah, but why do prices vary so much? You haven't told me about that. Well, we've done what we could. In steps Bob Schiller and volatility tests. So the volatility tests are classic tests that try to look at this present value question in a way that takes account of the fact that agents might have more information than we do. In a volatility test, I'll remind you what you do. You use the actual ex post dividends, discount them back, and see if that justifies the price. And those agents can't possibly have more information than knowing the actual ex post fact. And if prices are still too volatile, says Schiller, we got a problem with the present value. And that was a bombshell for many reasons. Schiller, of course, also was prominent for the alternative, the fads, behavioral finance. So by the 1970s, the big debate in asset pricing was between the view that we all agreed that markets function pretty well, and that's the part that we don't agree on anymore. Markets function pretty well, but maybe is the average investor a moron? As my friend Owen Lamont once said, that's a technical term in behavioral finance versus the rational investor. Now, the volatility test took us, I'm taking you decade by decade every couple minutes, they took us about 10 years to get the econometrics straight. You're not allowed to detrend a random walk and so forth. But the biggest, again, with my characterization, the two big theorems, the volatility tests take account of investors have more information than we do, but not the discount rate. And Schiller discounted with a bunch of plausible discount rates and said, well, look, it doesn't seem to work for plausible discount rates, but the theorem is out there. There always exists a discount rate. So what do we do about that? About 10 years later, Campbell and Schiller finally brought to a wrap on this question of how can we evaluate price equals present value of dividends without violating our basic theorems. And remember what they did. They forecast dividends with a vector autoregression. And crucially, the vector autoregression includes price dividend ratios as one of its elements. Second, they looked at the price dividend ratio, which was stationary. You need stationary variables to do econometrics, and they include it in the vector autoregression. And there's a theorem, thanks to Hansen, Roberts, and Sargent. Once you put the price in, that's all you need in order to control for agents' information. The problem, and they used a discount rate. The discount rate satisfies the equation 1 equals R inverse times R. They use the inverse return to discount. That works well. The Euler equation 1 equals R inverse R works great. Well, there always exists a discount factor. This is an easy one to compute. You can always discount with ex post returns. So at this point, the present value relation has become an identity, a tautology. You can't test it, and that's fine. this is where we end up. Because we know it's not testable. But once you use a discount factor like that, once you include the VAR in the price dividend ratio in the VAR, what you can still say is, well, are high prices due to higher future dividends, or are high prices due to lower future returns? It's one or the other. That's an identity. They have to add up, but it is going to be one or the other, and which it is very interesting. So that's where we land up in this question. How do you use present value equations with the fact that agents have more information and there always exists a discount factor? You can't test the present value equation. But what you can do is use the present value identity and learn this incredibly important fact. Higher prices relative to dividends do not seem to mean people think dividends will rise in the future. They mean returns are lower. So you may not anymore say there's a puzzle because it's an identity, but you can find it puzzling why do expected returns vary so much, but you can't say we have something that doesn't add up. For example, the equity premium, now there's a famous puzzle, the equity premium. That's not a puzzle that says present value models don't work. That's a puzzle that says a specific discount rate model, the consumption-based model, doesn't work. Something's very wrong with our discount rate modeling. Great, but it's not a rejection of the present value identity. Now, I'm kind of hopped up about this because in my later years, I've turned to the fiscal theory of the price level, where I learned prices, present value of dividends early in life. And like a 2-year-old with a hammer, everything looks to me like a nail. So I've been applying prices, present value of dividends to government debt. And that's the fiscal theory of the price level. That turns out to be a beautiful theory of inflation, which I'll advertise all of you should look at. It's just prices, present value of dividends explains inflation. But there's a big industry going on that goes back to the 1960s and it evaluates debt sustainability. Let's look at forecasts of dividends. Let's discount them back with some supposedly arbitrage-free discount factor model. Let's compute what the value of debt should be. Let's compare that to the actual value of debt. They come nowhere near each other. Puzzle. Wait a minute, we did this. Don't you? If you remember that, 10 minutes ago when I started this talk, that was 1970s finance. And we learned you can't do that because agents have more information and there always exists a discount factor. So please, I very much encourage you to take your asset pricing and go out and conquer the world with it. But let's not forget the 50 years of hard lessons we learned and bitter battles fought about how to do that. So now I'm taking us in the late 1990s. Expected returns vary over time, but slowly. That's why the daily random walk tests were fine. And the big fight was behavioral versus macro finance. I was sort of in the macro finance camp. When there's a recession, people become risk averse because habits is one way of modeling that. The risk-bearing capacity of the economy declines. They then are unwilling to hold risks that they were previously willing to hold. Prices go down relative to dividends. Expected returns are high, but you ask an average doctor or dentist in the fall of in 2008, why aren't you buying? And they'd say, well, I know prices are low, but they could get lower, and I can't take any risk right now. That links the recession with the fall in prices. And so I should advertise, I wrote a paper, Macro Finance, that sort of summarized this. I think that insight still has not, it's starting to take over in macroeconomics, but slowly. Recessions are times when the risk-bearing capacity of the economy has fallen. It's not savings and investments, because most macro throws away risk premiums. Time-varying risk premiums are recessions. 2008 was a time when government interest rates were low, private interest rates were high. Why? Nobody wanted to bear risk. They didn't want to get rid of all their savings. They didn't want to bear risk. And the flight from risky to risk-free assets, the flight away from risky investments to risk-free investments, that's what caused the plunge in investment. That's what recessions are all about. Well, again, the joint hypothesis, or exists a discount factor theorem, says that there is no test of rational behavioral, and that's why we're still at it. and try to avoid big tests because nothing ever got decided by a big F test. rational versus behavioral finance, Keynesian versus monetarist economics, and so forth. What we need, so these theorems are very important. The existence of a discount factor theorem says you're never going to prove present values don't work. The question is, what's your model of the discount factor? And let's write down some model of the discount factor with rejectable content and see if it works. And that goes for rational and that goes for behavioral. Otherwise, you're just storytelling. Well, prices went down. I guess there was a wave of pessimism. That's nice. Prices went down. I guess habits kicked in. Well, unless you tie it to some other data, you're just telling stories. Now, in parallel with this, in 1990s, the capital asset pricing model fell apart. And it turns out that, betas didn't explain much variation in expected return. There was a golden moment when betas on value and small explained all the known anomalies, which was lovely. There's nothing in finance that says expected returns shouldn't be higher on one thing or another. You can make money. You can beat the market. It's just that if you beat the market, that should be explainable by greater exposure to some form of risk. And there was a glorious moment when we thought, well, not just the market, but value and size. Remember, the question is not arbitrage. The question is risk bearing. And it kind of made sense that in addition to market risk, remember, look at the assumptions of our models. I guess that's one of my fundamental lessons for tonight. The basic theorems and the assumptions matter. What's the basic assumption of the capital asset pricing model? Well, people have a one-period horizon and they don't have a job. And they all hold the same portfolio, namely the market portfolio. Well, those assumptions are crazy. Of course, the capital asset pricing model doesn't work. We have jobs, we have businesses, we have non-market income. We last a long time. We are intertemporal maximizers. The CAPM shouldn't work. The only question was identifying the multiple factors. And there was a glorious moment when you could sort of tell a story that value stocks were stocks that tend to fall more in recessions when people's businesses and labor incomes were falling. And so they wanted to hedge those and stayed away from value stocks. I don't think that's really working much anymore. And then in the late 1990s, the factor zoo exploded. We now have hundreds of anomalies. Each anomaly seems to be its own factor. Now, I guess nothing ever told us that the number of factors would be 2 or 3. We were rehabbing the house and picking out light fixtures. There's 100,000 light fixtures to pick, so maybe there's 100,000 factors in finance, but that makes it much harder. There's a vision in here, of course, of stock markets as giant insurance markets where people pick different portfolios in order to hedge different risks to their outside incomes. And I think that is a vastly under-considered function of financial markets and financial intermediaries. You're not just there to make alpha for the same investor. You're there to match 10 different sources of risk to the people able to bear that risk. That is a job that really can earn a fee without needing to have alpha and beat the other guy. So the vision of multi-factor models, I think, still has very important, we're all too obsessed with alpha. But insurance, matching the right risk to the right risk bearer, that generates a fee without having to beat everybody else. And then came 2008, when everything fell apart. And not just in our economies, but also in our theories. Now, in the big financial crisis, the big thing that showed up was arbitrage opportunities. Covered interest parity fell apart. And with that came a new parable. It's not a wave of pessimism. Institutional finance came up, the leveraged intermediary. The story was you and I are kind of asleep. Banks are holding the assets. Banks are leveraged. They lose money. They have to sell. Things get worse. Covered interest parity, well, you couldn't borrow dollars in order to arbitrage it. And the long-only investor, it's not worth their time to get the actual still small interest spreads. So that became the interesting debate. As far as I can see, behavioral finance kind of faded away. The view that markets are perfect, but the investors are moron, gave way to the sort of macro finance view I told you, versus the leverage intermediary view of why markets were falling and why markets the fundamental question is still, why can't markets bear risk in a recession? Now, when you look at the models, you can see some of the debate. I see, the stock, nobody holds stocks. They hold bank deposits. The banks hold the stocks. And I go, I remember one of the first seminars I went to, I just visited my friend Bob, who runs a muffler shop, and Bob was buying the S&P 500 in the midst of December 2008. What do you mean? Muffler Bob can't buy stocks? Well, it's an abstraction. And so, the big question came are these arbitrage opportunities, institutional finance frictions, things that just happen in crises, or are they things that happen all the time? Are inequality constraints, when they're satisfied, are we back to macro finance by March 2009 or not? But that certainly became the thing everybody did for 10 years. Now, along the way, what's appeared now, and I think one of the most interesting things, is the whole question of trading volume. And I hate to use the word bubbles, but I will use the word bubbles. And that, I think, encompasses the third round. The first round was behavioral versus rational, macro finance versus. The second round is institutional finance versus macro finance. How much is in the leverage intermediary? And now let's call them trading frictions. And my attention to this came with two things that really hit me like a brick. One is Lamont and Thaler wrote a beautiful paper about three common POM. And that was an internet, it was the GameStop of the year 1999. Basically, two securities, and they are identical securities. One has a much higher price than the other, just a screaming arbitrage opportunity that lasted for a while. And, it was part of the great bubble. And, maybe tech stocks are that bubble now, although that seems to be unwinding as we speak. Now, these events have a clear thing that there's a short constraint. You can't short sell the overpriced security. So there's theories about optimists involved. But I noticed something about the three common POM, that the overpriced security was being traded like crazy, and the underpriced was very quiet. That looked to me a lot like money, which is overpriced relative to bonds, but turns over quickly. So the one paper I'll advertise today is, I think, my best finance paper, and the one nobody's read. It's called Stocks as Money. But overpriced stocks, why are people willing to pay too much for a stock that's trading over? Well, there's massive information trading. So there's a convenience yield to information trade in the overpriced stock when there is a short sale constraint. And that pattern holds true of the value growth. The growth stocks are the overpriced, they trade a lot. So there's liquidity premiums in stocks. Now this view, the liquidity convenience yield helps trading, has become very popular among bonds. So Visiting Jorgensen and Krishnamurthy, for example, have really made the point that U.S. government bonds might have a couple of percent lower yields because they're useful in some sort of trading money-like capacity. The whole heterogeneous agent New Keynesian model thinks of a distortion where interest rates of return on very liquid securities are low because people need a lot of liquidity. But that brings up the big question: why do people need so much liquidity? I last traded a stock about 15 years ago when I had to move my retirement plan. Why do people who are holding long-term government bonds need to sell them in 6 hours so frequently? Because you look at our portfolio theories and they say not. Why is there so much trading in general? This is the other paper like a brick was Evans and Lyon, which started the whole price pressure thing. So anytime you say something is a verity, you turn out it's false in finance. Prices are high relative to dividends. Well, I'm sure that means that expected dividends will be higher in the future. Nope, you're 100% wrong. And for years, we made fun of market commentators who said, why did prices go down? Well, there was a wave of selling. And you make fun of that in your MBA class. The next Monday morning, you say, oh, okay, what's wrong with that? And somebody's hand has to go up and say, well, to every seller, there's a buyer, right? So what do you mean there's a wave of selling? There's also a wave of buying. That's just junk, right? Well, Evans and Lyons were one of the first who got a hold of the data Finance evolves by getting hold of better data, and every time you get better data, it totally surprises you. They got hold of the data on who picked up the phone in foreign exchange markets. And so it turned out that when the buyers picked up the phone, prices went up. And when the sellers picked up the phone, prices went down. The side that initiated the trade was correlated with the price change. Now, is that price pressure? You can see current debates coming on. Is there, it's like downward sloping demand curves? Not obviously. The people picking up the phone might know something. So trading, if they know that the price is going to be lower in the future, they pick up the phone, sell today. And so what looks like price pressure may just be price discovery. The process of price discovery seems to need trading. And that, of course, has exploded. One of the biggest literatures going on right now is the whole question of are uninformed trades moving markets. Now, let's think about the big issue here. There is this enormous amount of volatility. This is where I started. There's this enormous amount of trading. The trading seems to be pushing the prices. What's going on? This is the trading and the volatility are much more than anyone ever imagined. And I think of exchange rates. Milton Friedman lived in the era of fixed exchange rates, and he said, let's have exchange rates float. I don't think Friedman imagined that when we free up exchange rates, they would move so much. And he didn't imagine that when we free up trading, that they would have to trade so quickly. And that's true of every asset you have. The minute you put it on an exchange, things that you think ought to be pretty steady, like the value of the US capital stock, why should it go up and down 20% a year? Who knows? And why should people want to trade it back and forth all the time? Now, even within the theory of efficient markets, there was always the question, how does information get incorporated in prices? So let me remind you of another very basic theorem that ought to guide us. It's the no trade theorem. How should information get incorporated in markets? Well, you are a good investor, a CAPM investor. You hold the market portfolio. You also understand asymmetric information. So if I say, hey, I'd like to sell you some Microsoft stock, you think to yourself, well, he knows something I don't know, and I only hold the market portfolio. So you just say to me, that's very nice, but I only hold the market portfolio. And then I say, well, I'll sell you to a lower price. And you say, you didn't hear me. I only trade it. And anything you try to sell me, I know you're trying to take advantage of me. And what happens is I keep making bids until it goes down to exactly what I think the value is. And the price is revealed in the market value with no trade. That's the no trade theorem. It's how the world ought to work. Is that how the world works? No. One of the places, the enormous amount of trading. So this is a question that I wish I knew the answer. I'm trying to give you questions. What are the current issues to think about? How does information get into prices? And why does it require so bloody much trading? Why does it security have to be sold, bought and sold, and bought and sold, and bought and sold by intermediaries who don't really know anything? They're kind of smelling where things are going. And then finally that information gets into the prices. Well, the theory, there's the theory of the informed trader and the liquidity trader and the market maker who sets a bid-ask spread. But it's very hard to find who actually is informed. And what we see is much more, there's much more nuance than that. So certainly if I were young, I would be looking at the details of how trade happens and trying to understand how information gets put in. But there's this long suspicion too that trading creates volatility. Papers that influence my thinking, the weekend effect, that there's just less volatility on weekends when the markets are closed. Now, maybe markets are closed because there's less volatility, but who knows? So there is some indication that we've long been a suspicion that the process of trading creates volatility, but as opposed to just that debate still lies open along with this whole what is going on with all the trading. When you think about it, everything in the theory of finance about how stocks and bonds get put out there could happen in a bank. It could happen in a retail. It could happen the way life insurance happens. There is no need for it to happen on an exchange and happen quickly. If I want to invest in stocks for my retirement, there's no reason that has to be on an exchange. I buy them slowly over time, and then when I retire, I sell them slowly over time. The exchanges are there for information trading. That's what they're about, and we really don't begin to understand what's that about. Now, so the latest this is the big brouhaha in finance now. We started with behavioral versus rational, behavioral versus macro finance. We went to macro finance versus institutional finance. Then all this, the bubbles, trading, and volatility kind of come in. And now the big sort of theoretical thing going on is supply and demand curves. Ralph Koyen and Xavier Gebex are really big innovators on this, who are thinking about stocks, a theory that's just basically static supply and demand curves. Old people like me are fuming. Our first reaction is, what are you doing here? Think about how revolutionary this approach is. The modern finance started with Markowitz in 1950. And the central, already before Markowitz, we thought about assets as supply and demand curves for individual shares. And then Markowitz said, that's dumb. People don't have utility functions for IBM stock, or that's what the stock was at the time, IBM and General Motors. They have utility functions for overall wealth. And so it was when Markowitz put on the axis not price and quantity of IBM stock, thinking about GM as maybe an imperfect substitute. It's when Markowitz put mean and variance of overall wealth on the axes, that's when modern finance was born. And stocks and bonds are valued as they contribute to the mean and variance of overall wealth. Modern finance is born right there. Whatever supply and demand curve there is for individual stocks should come from that. Similarly, what's the demand curve for IBM stock today? Well, the first thing you think about is what's the demand for it tomorrow? Prices are a random walk. They're not just separate supply and demand curves each day. They're almost perfect substitutes, the demand curve today for the demand curve tomorrow. This approach is throwing all that out, which may be how the granular intermediaries who hold stocks work. Remember, assumption one of our theory of finance is completely wrong, and that is that everybody shares all risks and holds the same portfolio, or at least a portfolio everybody is on the margin and buying and selling every day, whereas in fact risks are narrowly held for a long period of time, and who knows what their things are. Anyway, that is the kind of revolutionary theory that causes everybody to have a big brouhaha, and that lots of people can write interesting papers. I'm very uncomfortable because this is before I say that, this is spreading in many ways. For example, in macro, the whole story behind quantitative easing was that bond markets are segmented by duration and by government versus private. So, said Fed Chair Bernanke, if I just buy up a lot of the long-term bonds and forget about the fact that the government's selling long-term bonds at the same time, if I buy up a lot of long-term bonds, that reduces the supply of long-term bonds and will lower their yields permanently. So that's like a static demand curve for long-term bonds, ignoring their substitutability for other. Well, we can obviously, we've been arguing about that one for 10 years. Oleg Istoshky just got the AER prize, and his work is basically doing the same thing on trade. Why do exchange rates go on so much? Well, there's these liquidity traders, and they, for some reason, just sell. And there's the intermediaries are kind of best described by static supply and demand curves. So it's people selling pressure. Now, selling pressure is obviously true. If I go out in front of the grocery store with a truckload of tomatoes at 2 o'clock in the morning and say I'm selling tomatoes, I'm not going to sell tomatoes for full price. But if I do that every night and people get used to it, and I put up a sign, then the price is going to start coming back, and that's why people have initial public offerings. They don't just say, "Hey, I'm selling some stock." They have a big road show. They get we have to get people to come to markets. So perfect static supply and demand curve seems you know, that's got to be a glass that's half full. And that is, you know, as I think my doubt is that this is very interesting, but there's a half of the glass that is still full. And let's not forget that. So beta still works. It doesn't work as expected returns, but it works as variance. When the market goes down, then an individual stock will go down by its beta quite reliably with no selling pressure. So here's a case where prices move and there's nobody, no liquidity trader moving. When there is corporate information, if I announce that the Cochrane company has great profits, my stock price goes up, and there's no liquidity trader, you know, sending in a buy order and pushing against a static demand curve. So I would love to see more, hey, the glass is half full as well. That is, I think, the big debate now. To what extent is the glass half full, half empty? And what are these liquidity traders doing? I can't go to sleep at night and say, well, my theory of why exchange rates go up and down is some moron woke up and decided to sell for exogenous reasons, and the markets have static demand curves, and so prices go down. Now, that is that's the puzzle of where we are. One thought I've had, and I'll pass along another review paper, Portfolio Theory for Long-Term Investors. How should we redo portfolio theory in light of everything we've learned? Time varying expected returns, multi-factors, and so forth. And here's a case where industry is still stuck on the static CAPM means, variance, alphas, and betas, which make no sense when we know investors have long horizons and expected returns vary over time. And yet it's interesting that they're stuck in that. I'll just tell you one parable that was very useful to my thinking on this, and it's the bond parable. You're a long-term investor. What's the riskless asset? The answer is an indexed perpetuity, not cash, not overnight, not the thing we call the riskless asset. A long-term indexed bond is the riskless asset. Why? Because that gives you a stream of payments that lasts forever. Now, its price is very volatile. If the price goes down because interest rates went up, does that mean you took a risk? You lost 20% of the value of your portfolio. No, because you can still sit and eat the coupons for the rest of your life. So the riskless asset has very volatile prices, but a very steady cash flow if you look at it from the point of view of long-term cash flows. And I think stocks behave that way too. So this is a puzzle. The story I tell is, you know, the wife is very risk averse. She tells the husband, finance professor, you know, go get us a totally risk averse portfolio. He invests it in long-term bonds. Interest rates go up. The next day the statement comes in and you've lost 20% of your money. And she rightly says, what the hell were you doing? We just lost 20% of our money. He goes, no, honey, don't worry. The state variable for investment opportunities, blah, blah, blah. Well, prices go down, yields go up, right. But maybe just explaining it, thinking of it in terms of the cash flows would help. And I noticed some of this. Why is private equity so popular now, especially among university endowments? My friend Cliff Asness calls it volatility laundering. Private equity, one of the biggest things you get is you don't have to market, so you can ignore the statement that comes in and says there's a lot of price volatility in this very stream of payoffs. So, and what should long-term investors do about all this crazy stuff going on in markets? Well, there are now overpriced securities, so stay away from them. Don't buy liquidity you won't need. So just hold the market portfolio isn't true if you believe there are convenience yields and liquidity services pervading other markets. So you don't need any alpha for this. You just need match risks to what you can take, match liquidity to what you need, and a reason for investment advice. And I always felt embarrassed when I was teaching at Booth. These wonderful kids came in and they worked so hard and they paid so much money, and I taught them that you can't make any money on stock markets. Well, that's a little embarrassing, but you can. There's a reason for managed. In the modern understanding, there's a reason. So we have this interesting, fascinating new stuff going on. Lots of reasons for prices moving around, convenience, yields, this price pressure. There seems to be very imperfect intermediation going on. But here's the big puzzle. There's factor zoo, imperfect intermediation, sloping demand curves, price pressure when I sell things. Each issue of the Journal of Finance is just stuffed with alpha. And why are my friends on Wall Street not making any money? There's article after article on alpha in the Journal of Finance until you get the section on evaluating the performance of active managers when properly done, selection bias free, and so forth. And the answer is there's no alpha there. So there's another big doubt on this great debate about how much is liquidity trading and sloping demand curves. If that world were true, there ought to be a lot of alpha, to good old-fashioned alpha, to be made in intermediation. And it's just very, very hard to make money on markets. Now, part of it is, here's just one last big thing to remember. Markets can be very efficient in terms of returns and very inefficient in terms of prices if the price movements are permanent. Suppose the price dividend ratio is 50. And suppose the price is 10% too high relative to its efficient market value. Well, that means a price dividend ratio of 55. A price dividend ratio of 50 is a 2% R minus G. So a price dividend ratio of 55 is a 2.2% R minus G. So a price that is 10% too high is a return that is 20 basis points off. That's 1/5 of the short sale constraints. So you can see how prices can be off even when returns are very close. And I think that's part of why we see so much volatility. So to close, I started my career thinking about, why do stocks vary so bloody much? Why do they fall in recessions? What does that tell us about recessions? And what does that tell us about stocks? Why do stocks, assets seem to fall all at the same time? Why is there so much trading going on? And how are all of these things related? You can see how we've learned a tremendous amount about it in terms of facts, in terms of theory. 3 generations of sort of theoretical battles are playing out. And I thought I'd get this all done by the time I was giving keynote speeches, but surely you will. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I guess I get to take some questions.
Yes, Professor Kochrin. Now I will invite a few questions. Thank you.
Yeah. So, hi, John. It's good to see you. It's Marcin Kacperczyk here from India. So, I just
hi. I heard your the last half of your talk. That was great, by the way. Thank you. Good to see you.
So, I just wanted to push you on one more that you didn't talk much about, but it's kind of intriguing. And I know that you are a fan of intriguing ideas. So, and that's AI machine learning. So, one thing that kind of surprises me, and I would like to hear your view on that, is that we all know that the application of AI machine learning is powerful in many places. I mean, that goes without saying, that a lot of improvement in productivity, etc. But one place where it has failed is asset pricing and investments. I mean, I get to meet a lot of people who try to use very sophisticated models, etc., very super duper computer scientists, and yet the success of this kind of models is very abysmal. Do you have a theory or some kind of conceptual framework to say, why is it that the framework that is so powerful in so many different applications fails in the application that seems natural? Because eventually return investments based on predictability, which these methods are geared to actually do well.
Well, because, Fama was right. Gene Fama tells the story. He was told as an undergraduate to run regressions to forecast stocks, and always worked great in sample and never worked out of sample. And that's how he developed efficient markets. Now, it is, of course, this is what's going on now. I have the same experience as you. I've known lots of people who've, over the last decade, have been using machine learning and trying to forecast. And it always seems to work great within sample and not so great out of sample. And I'm old enough to have seen this happen over. So first, catastrophe theory came along, and then nonlinear dynamics came along. And nonlinear dynamics was everywhere in nature, turbulent flow and flower petals and everything except the stock market. Because, the stock market is there are people who make money by finding patterns and removing them. So if it would work, it would only last about 10 minutes until somebody else figured it out. Now, there is a view, I think there is predictability in markets that people then learn and learn to get rid of markets. I gather people who do the value premium say it's gone away because people learned about it. But on the other hand, it's not, so I'm curious on your view. Brian Kelly gave a paper a while ago that just floored me, where he claimed he violated two things that I always thought were true. So he claims that if you use more right-hand variables than there are data points to an extreme, then all of a sudden you can forecast. And he thinks he can forecast returns with huge R-squareds, but I haven't noticed AQR delivering that to its customers yet. But the over-parameterization theorem, I think, is an interesting thing going on. As I understand it, like everything, there's hidden assumptions that work sometimes and doesn't other times. But that is sort of, I meant to list that on the hot new things going on is using ML and AI, and just the raw using it to forecast returns better at a high frequency. Well, Renaissance is already there if it works. But there's still lots of other use of ML and AI, which I think are going to be great for finance.
So can I connect on one and I let other people ask you? So I still remember reading your book when I was a graduate student, and I very much like the story about predicting temperatures with low frequency versus high frequency. So isn't it to some extent that the kind of paradigm that we very much embraced in asset pricing is that paradigm of stationarity? We kind of work with the framework that there is this kind of stationary equilibrium and we try to figure out what that is. And I think what maybe is special about returns and why it is that we've struggled so much, whereas we don't struggle in other applications of AI, is that maybe we're actually not in this world of stationarity. So in a sense, it's easy to figure out how to beat the Garry Kasparov in chess, because in some sense, the game of chess is a stationary game. There is a solution that is a perfect kind of thing. It's just a matter of how quickly can the brain connect to beat Garry Kasparov. Whereas when we think of asset prices, I feel like maybe that's what we are kind of missing here, that the efficient market hypothesis was kind of built around the story that there is some kind of stationarity. It's just once we hit there, there is basically not much more to be done in a way that there is no alpha left. And maybe that's actually something that we need to think more carefully about. Can we design settings where we can actually test to what extent what the problem we are facing in asset pricing is that this world is constantly evolving, and it's evolving in a way that we are not just calibrating some kind of mean parameters, but we are calibrating the entire distribution that are moving over time, basically.
I think it goes the other way, that stationarity in efficient markets is the fixed point. You know, something comes up that can be predicted. I jump on it, I predict it. Something else comes up that can be predicted. That's the non-stationary you're talking about. But then the fixed point of that is, well, you can't predict anything, and then it's stationary. I'm amazed by how stationary asset prices are. You know, you look at the change in technology from 1920s to now, but if you look at the crisp tapes on daily stock prices, it's just very hard to tell a difference in stochastic process from the 1920s to now. If anything, you know, the CAPM worked a lot better until 1965, and then, you know, it's the later CRISP where it stops working. Finally, on machine learning, one of the problems is we don't have as many data points as we think we have. Machine learning is profligate with the use of data, and what it really is about is extreme large numbers of right-hand variables and then controlling the interaction terms so that you don't explode the right-hand variables too much. But the problem in finance is always sigma over root t. So there's a theorem in finance that no matter how much you chop the time interval, you can learn about variance as well, but you can't learn any more about means, because you're right, the mean scales with time and sigma scales with sigma squared scales with time as well. So we actually don't have that many data points, and I think we chew them up very quickly.
John, this is Arun Muralidhar. I've been in your inbox recently because your 2022 paper landed on my desk while I was helping Bob Merton help Brazil issue bonds that match the cash flows of retirement and education. And the reason I loved your paper was you were starting to talk about focusing on cash flows. And to me, the sort of fundamental chameleon in finance theory is the fact that Bill Sharp, who's admitted to me in private correspondence, implicitly assumed that the goal of investing was deterministic, and therefore you only focus on wealth, but you ignore the goal of investing, right? So the cash flows that Stanford needs to run its endowment, and I was helping bail them out in 2008, is very different from Bob Merton's DC retirement investor is very different from Bill Sharp's DB investor. Right? And so I think the missing element in all of finance theory, and I went practical as opposed to staying academic, is we've ignored the stochastic goals of investing. That's the true heterogeneity. So an asset that looks like it's safe for Bob's DC investor is extremely risky to the Stanford endowment and is somewhere in between to Bill Sharp's DB in his 1990 paper with Tint. And so that's the work I've been doing, is to say, why can't we have a goals-focused, a stochastic goals-focused basis? The missing asset in CAPM and all of that is what I call the relative risk-free asset, which isn't the perpetuity that you talk about. It's very close to it. So what we did in Brazil is Brazil issued a bond, starts paying you at 65, $100 real per month for 20 years. Similar education bond that pays you nothing till your kid turns 18, and similar 100 real for 5 years. And now we're doing it in Chile and India. So I've tried to take the practice back into theory, and I'd love to get your thoughts about the idea that we've completely ignored stochastic goals in finance theory, which is the ultimate reason for holding assets itself.
Yes. So this payoff-centric view, I have long been enthused about. I just am not a good enough mathematician to make it work outside of a linear quadratic framework where it didn't work that well. And to everyone, I want to point out there's a big divergence. A lot of finance is fascinated with high frequency and trading and ups and downs and liquidity trader and what happens in an hour. Now, everybody else, I just want to emphasize, we're talking about the exact opposite. We're talking about you and me. So we trade once or twice a year, and we're trying to trade for, we're trying to, save for retirement or whatever goals we have. And that's just a completely different picture and a much more long-run picture. And yeah, matching people's risk-bearing capacities and risk tolerance to different investments. What we've learned about investments is it's not just the market portfolio. The number one, I'm not going to get very far, so I'm going to tell some stories that are obvious. The number one piece of advice is don't hold stock in your own company more than you have to. Don't hold stock in your industry. And it's just amazing here in Silicon Valley. Everybody whose job is in tech, their portfolios are loaded up in tech, which, it worked out great for Elon Musk, but maybe you're not Elon Musk. The risk is, now maybe he's just, he loves risk. And constructing securities to sell to match what people need, I think that's a lost art. And why do stocks pay dividends is something that's always been a puzzle. And it was a puzzle to me until I go to Thanksgiving dinner and I talk to my mother. And she was a wonderful woman, and she would complain, John, how am I going to, I have some stocks, but they're not paying dividends anymore. And I go, Mom, you're allowed to sell stocks. It's okay. No, never sell the principal. Just live off the dividends. Well, stocks were designed for my mother, and they send a dividend, which tells you roughly how much to consume every year. That was lovely. I love your story about the Brazilian bonds, and I'll just pass on another one. This is a lost art. In the 1490s, so a colleague of my father's, Jules Kirshner, is a historian of Florence. And in the 1490s, Florence was inventing government debt. And they finally came up with a form of government debt that was really popular. And here's how it works. You give them some money in the name of your daughter. If your daughter dies, you get nothing back. If she goes to a convent, you get the principal, but not the interest. If she gets married, you get principal and really good interest to go into her dowry, because that was the problem that Florentine merchants were facing at the time. Oh, and in addition, you could take these bonds and use them as collateral downtown. Really big success. So the idea of matching how securities work to what the fundamental investor wants goes back a long time, and we need to bring it back.
Sorry, John, one last point. When I was talking to Bob about building the asset pricing model, he said, you need to get a utility function-based approach, and it's not separable and all of that. I just went back to actually look at the investment policy statements of these pension funds and endowments. And all they say is they never use the word utility ever. We want to maximize the risk-adjusted return relative to our goal. You work from that, and all I use is basic algebra because I've forgotten all the math I learned at MIT, right? And you can actually solve this out with just basic algebra. I'll send it to you. I'd love to get your feedback on it.
Well, yes, and another puzzle for us all to think about, the language used. There's a doctrine of investment management. You go into an endowment, there's this doctrine of here's our goals, and there's some words we don't understand. And then do you want global and do you want local and asset allocation and so forth? And it just, it doesn't connect at all to the utility functions and risk that we talk about. So certainly making that language a little better would be great. And it would help the endowments. I remember the University of Chicago endowment said, oh, we're the long-term investor. We don't care about market fluctuations. And then in 2008, they wanted to sell everything at the bottom because we can't tell risk. And I said, guys, what happened to that? Well, so being a little clearer about your actual, state of leverage and whether you can take drawdowns is important.
I'm sure many of us want to ask more questions, but we have, committed to Professor Koshin that will be closing at 11 IST. So perhaps it's not possible for me right now to take more questions for Professor Koshin. So now it's time to propose a vote of thanks for the splendid talk that Professor Koshin has given. Sir, it's our singular pleasure to have you in our conference as a keynote speaker. When we first connected with you, we were having slight trepidation whether we are overreaching and whether we are getting too ambitious. But you were kind enough to very quickly accept it. And I remember the morning my colleague called me. He just texted, Professor Cochrane accepted. I mean, I could not believe it. And I called him back. Are you sure? Yeah. So that was a kind of thrill we got. And when we informed our co-convener, Professor H.K. Pradhan, he could not believe it. So, I mean, thank you for all that. And it's amazing that you accepted our invitation. And today's talk, Professor Cochrane, was for me, I think for many of us, on behalf of them, I can say that it was a crash course in asset pricing. The way you beautifully encapsulated the entire gamut in such a short span of time. I think we were not learning asset pricing from you in this session. We were also learning how you can structure a talk. So it was a lesson as much in finance as it was in oratorial and speaking skills. So you have always been inspiring us. We have taken your Coursera courses and of course your books. And I mean, it's difficult to express in words how thrilled we are to have with us this morning. You spared your precious time, sir. I wish we could have you over, but we know that that was too much to ask for. But it was very kind of you to have accepted. We are keeping you up late in night. It must be 9:30 there. So I'm very thankful. And on behalf of my institution, Xavier School of Management, XLRI, Delhi-NCR, and on behalf of everybody present here, we express our deepest gratitude for your kind acceptance. And one more indulgence that I'm seeking is if you've got 2 more minutes, so with you on screen, we can have a group photo. Does it work for you?
Yes, of course.
Just to add one word of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, Professor Cochrane, this is S.K. Pradhan. So I would also personally like to thank you as program convener. We always knew that you are a professor of professors. And it's always in any class on asset pricing, empirical finance and research that we teach. And the students just walk in after the class and say, sir, can you give a reference? We say, maybe you start with Professor Cochrane's work. And you are really a friend of India. A lot of Indian students, Indian professors, and many times they remember you. And so lovely to hear you. So cheerfully you spoke this morning and everybody listened to you. Thank you, sir. May God give you strength and you keep inspiring us all. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I may request everyone to quickly gather here so that we can have a picture with Professor Cochrane watching over us virtually and be here. So let's quickly gather, maybe form 2 rows. Thank you, Professor Cochin, for indulging yet another request from us, and fortunately, it will be the last. So we will be letting you go now, and thank you so much once again, and we hope that in future also you would be graciously accepting our invitations, and maybe in future we will have you physically over. And in case you have any plans to come to India, do let us know. Thank you so much. We hope
Thank
to
you very much.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Maybe invite everybody to take a short break for tea, right, in the garden pavilion and reconvene. Do we have to reconvene? Paper presentation. Sorry, not reconvene here. I mean, reconvene on third floor where paper presentations begin. Yeah, so sorry, I missed the timing. The timing is 11:27 sharp. So 11:27, third floor of academic block. Thank you so much.
So let me also say that we do have a very tight schedule. And I think those who are leaving the room, can I just hold you for a second? So we have an excellent speaker, regulator, very senior member of SEBI, full-time member, Mr. Abhijit Singh. He is a lovely PPT. He wants to talk on the past, present, and future of Indian capital market. And so he's going to give a big round of overview. And I would really expect all of you to be here at least before 5, and also all the sessions to be completed, to session chairs particularly in time, and assemble in this room for the last session. Can I just ask you, any one of you leaving before 5 o'clock, can you raise your hand? Okay, so thank you. Sorry, we'll be missing you, but you can probably YouTube. You can, yeah. So you can put on your YouTube on the way because it's also available online. But please, that's my request, that we are here definitely exactly before 5. So for that session, Mr. Singh, thank you very much.
अरे सर फोन तो उठा लिया करो। हाँ ये अभी चाय पी लेते फिर आज चाय पी लेते अभी करवा लो भाई। क्या तो तुम्हारे लोग तो तुम्हारी सुनेंगे हमारी क्या। हाँ तुमने पता नहीं कौन सी क्या करवाना है। बोलो बोलो क्या करवाना है मुझे बताओ क्या करवाना है भाई। मुझे क्या पता आपसे तो इसकी पूछ रहा था मैं चेयर की। हाँ ये वाली
अपना आप ही रखवाई फिर और क्या करें आप तो कौन सा ना रे हमारा बेना के नाराजगी है देखा ये तो पाका पलटा जाता है के सीखना पड़ेगा ना यहाँ पे रखवा रहा हूँ अभी करवा रहा हूँ मैं अभी करवा रहा हूँ परेशान हो गए 3 टेबल आ गया 6 चेयर 3 टेबल 6 चेयर और पानी की बोतल भाई एक बार ही और करवा दे हमने साफ कर दिया ये जाना है ये भी खानी
संदीप सर के केबिन में ना, वो मैं ऐसी बोतल रख के 12 बोतल ले लूं। रोजी नीलम कहाँ है? नीलम उसको ज्यादा जल्दी रहे क्या जाने की?
पोचा कभी नहीं मारती वो, कभी भी अंदर कैबिन के अंदर लेकिन पोचा मार दे। बीच वाले में एक जग 2 गिलास भरे हैं। जग छोटे 2 गिलास गिलास दे देता हूँ। एक जग बस एक जग रखते बाकी गिलास मैं फोटो भेजी था सबका। ठीक है नो टेंशन हाथ का लिखा नोटिस पढ़े, वेद पढ़े मन लेख, चेहरे चेहरे का लिखा माँ पढ़े, वेद पढ़े महादेव। अरे सर का नहीं है सही में। अरे नकली नहीं। अरे मेरा ही है। अरे यार मजाक नहीं। तुम्हारी कसम। अरे ये खरीदा है। चटनी पसंद होगी या ठीक है ये तो कोई है तो भी तो कोई बुरा ही नहीं हाँ तो इनका कंफर्म नहीं करने बोला बट वो ला के रखा है ये पंकज सर को पता नहीं नहीं हाँ पंकज सर को पता है फिर उनकी बात हुई थी 39 से मुझे कहा पहले गलत रह गया तो अभी से 7 से लिख के तो नहीं मना कॉल आ गया कॉल भी है दो है दोनों की ये बुके दो रखने सामने ठीक है आगे में भी तो ये ना ये वाला जो नहीं गुजरता है ये लेना है इसको ये अगर जरूरत पड़े तो यूज करना ये एक फोल्डर में करता है ये इस तरीके के डायल पे
जैसे वो पेपर तो मतलब अच्छी थी हम तो वही अटेंड कर रहे थे तो अभी वो जो बैंकिंग एक उन्होंने बताया था कि सिक्लिकल एंटी सिक्लिकल जब डाउनटर्न में कोरोना में क्या उनका नाम हो गया मैंने यहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट हाँ तो उनका काफी अच्छा था हम एक्चुअली थोड़ा लेट पहुंचे थे इस वाले सेशन में हम पहले दूसरे में थे जिनका डिस्कशन तो वो इन्होंने किया था ये नर्सिंग सर्विस वो तो वो है जो उसके अंदर है बैंगलोर का पीएचडी कितना है वो तो नहीं सर अभी तो L1 दिया है तो
तो पहले कंप्लीट कर लेना
सर स्कॉलरशिप मिल जाए तो अगस्त का कर देंगे नहीं तो अर्ली बर्ड के
क्या अभी तक चल रहा है
सर लास्ट टर्म में 7 था इस टर्म
तो कह रहे हो मुझे बोलना तो नहीं है तो फोन कर दो क्या बोलना है नहीं भूल जाते हैं यार बता दे भाई बता दे जो कंफर्टेबल है गाड़ी के लिए वही गाड़ी तो उनको देखे आज कहीं Past, present, and future success. Huh? हाँ ये सब लगभग ठीक समझ आप मेरा गाड़ी लेके तो दो बहुत पुराना the first time you were taking this, first day, the daylight also slowly पहली बार first day. हाँ, yes, exactly. Right. For example, LCD was the first time. Then this telephone is our system is I request other beginning on the left to also count. On the diet, they also. Maybe also the money. They also right. जो भी अच्छा दिख रहा है जो भी खराब दिख रहा है वो ले रहा है बहुत बड़े लोग थे and you know where these are at least someone was the person and the first mission of day this is my and Satish Mother is the architect of this space. That is why the is very clear. So these he is the father of this space. And something like that part is that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite Sri Amarjeet Singh, Professor Madhu Kamalipalli, Father George, Father Nelson, and Professor H.K. Pradhan on the dais, please. As we begin the valedictory session, it's a moment to pause and reflect on the enriching intellectual journey we have shared over the course of this global banking and finance research conference. Over the last 3 days, the conference has brought together academicians, researchers, policymakers, regulators, and industry practitioners from across institutions and geographies to deliberate on critical issues shaping the future of banking, financial markets, regulation, sustainability, and financial innovation.
The high quality of research presentations, rigorous discussions, and interdisciplinary perspectives have reaffirmed the importance of evidence-based research in informing financial policy and practice. With these reflections, we now move towards formally concluding the conference through the valedictory ceremony.
It's a rare honor to welcome our guest of honor, Sri Amarjeet Singh, full-time member of the Securities and Exchange Board of India. I respectfully request Father George, Director, XLRI Jamshedpur, and Vice Chairman of XLRI Board, to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Sri Amarjeet Singh.
Thank you, Father. We now invite Professor H.K. Pradhan, Senior Professor of Finance, XLRI Jamshedpur, and Conference Co-Convener, to introduce our distinguished guest of honor.
I have great pleasure to see all of you here in the last day, and we are really blessed that Sri Amarjeet Singh Ji is present here to give you the valedictory address and award you the Best Paper Award. Sir has been there with SEBI for a number of years, and as a regulator, while I could say that as a regulator, he has almost dealt with every functionality of the capital market. And several roles he has played in recent times. And when I spoke to him that he would come and deliver an address, he was extremely happy for two reasons. One is that he had a desire to visit us, XLRI. And he has a fond, so much of liking for our setup. As Jesuits have built beautiful institutions which he admires. And he said, I would definitely like to visit XLRI Delhi. And then I said, sir, you have to speak something in the topic, which is banking and finance. And he says, I would be delighted to give you a kind of an overview of the past, present, and future, which is his topic. To deliver it today, at the end of the day, sir, we have spent almost 3 days on most of the areas of finance, specific to banking, capital market, corporate governance, ESG, sustainability, renewable energy, and market microstructure, derivatives. So I'm sure the participants are very eager to listen to you. And he's also very happy that in case you have any questions or clarifications you'd like to seek, at the end of the day, I'm sure you would have several problems discussed over the last 3 days. And you are most welcome to interact with him. Without much ado, I think hand over to you. Thank you. Welcome, sir, to XLRI.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite our guest of honor, Shri Amarjeet Singh, to kindly address the gathering. The title of Sir's talk is Indian Securities Markets, Some Reflections in the Past, Present and Future. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Right. Good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Father S. George, Director XLRI, Jamshedpur. Father Nelson D. Silva, Director XLRI, Delhi-NCR. Professor Madhu Kalimipalli, Professor of Finance, Wilfrid Laurier University, Canada. And Professor Pradhan, he also has been a friend for many years, and I couldn't have said no to him when he reached out. He didn't mention that. So, but in any case, very good afternoon, good evening to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here. So, the way I have perceived, first of all, XLRI is a very hugely respected institution, not just in Mumbai, elsewhere as well. And in Mumbai especially, I've been living there for many years now, and it's a very respected institution. So you should be, proud, those who are with XLRI. It's a public interest that you are doing. It's a societal service, and that's what resonates with me both professionally and personally. So it's a privilege to be here. So I discussed with the Professor Pradhan as to what he would like me to cover in my address. So I chose this topic because I thought this will probably, different people will have different expectations from this session. So in that sense, I thought probably you will get something of your interest, hopefully, in this sort of a wide coverage. How much time will I have so I can, plan accordingly? Oh, you have time, okay. Yeah, I changed it, no, I don't want to bore you with too much also. We'll do some, there are some, it's a slide deck, maybe I'll jump some and then we'll have some interaction. If you have any questions, happy to take those as well. So let's start. What I intend to cover is as follows, the mandate of SEBI, which is very well known, and just some snapshot of reforms since we started liberalizing the securities market. Then the present, then what are the outcomes, and then some recent initiatives. Of course, the future part, I want to talk more because, am I audible? So the future part, I want to talk more because that's a very interesting piece. Rest is all facts which are anyway there. So I'm just recapitulating that for you. So the SEBI mandate is very simple. 3 powerful words: protect, develop, and regulate. So that comes from the SEBI Act. We are expected to protect the interest of investors in securities market in both our developmental function as well as the regulatory function. Now, Securities Markets Code is being discussed, which will actually replace SEBI Act. The bill has been tabled in the Parliament, and now it has been referred to a standing committee on finance, and hopefully at some point in time during this year, Securities Markets Code will overtake the SEBI Act.
But the basic spirit remains the same. We need to, first and foremost, is protection of investors in the securities market. That is the context. So this may sort of, I don't know how many of you are movie fans. So my daughter took me to see this movie called Dune 2, I think in 2024. And so this dialogue stayed with me. This is Lady Jessica, Rebecca Ferguson is the actor who's telling her son Paul about Paul is the future king, Paul is the future leader. So she's preparing him for that. And she says, you cannot see the future without seeing the past. So when you talk about the past, present, and future, you have to see as a continuum. So it's all flows. So that is why past becomes important. And we'll come to past straight away. SEBI, the liberalization of financial markets started in early 90s. 1992 was when SEBI was set up. We moved from merit-based regime to disclosure-based regime, free pricing of public offers. We opened up a market to foreign investments. We opened up a market to private mutual funds. We looked at modernizing our trading and settlement. We moved from we moved to screen-based trading. Otherwise, it used to be in a trading pit in Bombay Stock Exchange. And then also these were all first wave of fundamental reforms, creating infrastructure, creating institutions in the securities market space. This lasted up to 2000, I would say, the very fundamental reforms which happened. Then from 2000 to 2010, we built on what we had done in 2000. This is the second wave of reforms, I would like to call it, where we focus more on strengthening the market integrity. Earlier, the whole exchange ecosystem was dominated by stockbrokers, which we started corporatization and demutualization of stock exchanges, risk management. We also introduced derivatives trading, and it's been too much in the news in the recent past for good or bad reasons. Introduction of corporate governance. This was a proactive step taken by SEBI again, and also the strengthening of enforcement framework. Let me also mention, the securities market reforms. If you see world over, there is always a crisis which leads to reforms. So the SEBI was set up as an administrative body in 1988, but SEBI Act was passed in 1992 because of the Harshad Mehta scam. And we saw another big scam in our market in 2000. And in fact, even in the late 90s, we saw this collective investment schemes, plantation schemes, Ponzi schemes, being launched by various, mainly in the north, it was very bad. North and the east, it was very bad. We had companies which did thousands of crores without being regulated. So then we came up with CIS regulations. In 2001, we had the Ketan Parikh scam again, which led to a number of reforms. So the 2010 to 2020, we started broadening, we started introducing new products and new instruments in the market. We also focused on corporate bond market, commodity derivatives. These are some new products at that point of time: alternative investment funds, real estate investment trusts, infrastructure trusts, investment trusts, green bonds, investment advisors, research analysts. So these were some new category of intermediaries, new category of products, new category of instruments which were introduced. We also started reforming our KYC processes. And of course, corporate governance continued to be a high priority area. We had a number of episodes which led to more focus on corporate governance. And if I can take some names, like we had ILFS, there was a huge problem. We had problems with Yes Bank. We had some other corporates as well, which were not so much talked about. But then, we set up a Kotak committee, which was led by Mr. Uday Kotak, and they gave recommendations. And then further reforms were brought about in the space of corporate governance. We also modernized our grievance redressal system, and we introduced an online portal called Scores, which is a beautiful system in case someone has a complaint in the securities market domain against any player. But I wish you don't have the complaint. I mean, it's not good to have complaints anyway. Then 2020 to 2025, this is a new era, I would say, which is evolving. And this is posing some very new challenges to us as a regulator, especially coming from the digital world. A lot of influencer activity, and I'll talk about that a little more. Also, the cyber issues. So this is still evolving, as I said. We have done T+1 settlement cycle during this time. This is ours is one of the most efficient markets around the world. We were actually, after Shanghai, we were the next market to introduce T+1 in the market, where T+1 means you get your trade settled on +1 day basis. So the safety of investor holdings, we've done a number of steps there, improving transparency. Today, just to give you a little more practical sense, today if you trade in the market and if you're giving margins to the broker, you can see at the end of the day where your margin is deployed. Earlier, it was all mixed up. So we brought in a lot of transparency in the system. The broker will give margin to the clearing corporation, and what part is given to clearing corporation, what part is with him. All that is visible at the client level, which is very unique, and nowhere in the world we have that. Also, in this period, we have focused, this is still work in progress. We are focusing a lot on supervision and enforcement. The challenge is, as the depth of the market increases, as the number of players in the market increase, number of investors in the market increase, as the size grows up, the data points also grow. Right? A lot of data points which are floating around us. And it is humanly not possible to track and detect each and every problem area. So we are leveraging the application of technology and AI very heavily in terms of meeting our supervisory objectives. In fact, Mark Carney, who's now the Prime Minister of Canada, when he was he was in Bank of England, then he made a statement, and this is like several years ago, and he said, like, in the banking system, millions of data points are floating around us, and if we have to do that, if we have to look at those data points manually, it would amount to reading the complete works of Shakespeare twice over every week. That is the volume that you are dealing with. So what we are doing is so first is we've done some organizational restructuring. So we've created a technology vertical in each department. So every department today has a technology department. Those officers support all the departments. Like we have policy department, we have a registration department, and we have supervision and enforcement department. For each area, let's say if you take corporate finance, it will have policy, registration, and supervision. And all these three departments are served by something called TPD, which is technology, process reengineering, development. There's a horizontal connect with these three verticals that we have in every department. And we pick up each piece of regulation and see how we can automate the, filing of reports by companies online. We still do physical inspection. We are not giving up that. But we are supplementing physical inspections with online monitoring. And this piece is becoming bigger, and the physical piece will become smaller as we go along. Physical piece has its own limitations. You go there once in a year, something might have happened during the year, early during the year, you detect it very late, you act very late. Online, we are able to see things at relatively closer point of time. The difference between the occurrence of an event and our observation, that we are trying to reduce. And then we are also generating online programs to not just look at the reporting, but also analyze and tell us if it is in compliance or not. So we're generating online alerts. The system itself will tell, okay, in this mutual fund, this is a problem area. All on a regular basis, without waiting for a physical inspection. We just pick up the phone, talk to the guys, and ask what is going on. So that is something which we are bringing a lot of focus on, because my personal view is supervision and enforcement is very important for a regulator. So let's move on. The present. This is just to give you a sense of the journey that we've had over the last 3 decades. There are different points of comparison here. First of all, let's look at the Sensex. So I think Sensex celebrated its 40 years, I think, recently. I was there at that event in BSc, and the BSc MD told with a lot of pride and justifiably so that it has given a CAGR of 18.3% since inception and is probably one of the best returns world over. So just see the graph, how it has gone up. So somebody who had invested when Sensex was created and stayed invested in Sensex, the return would have been 18.3%. The market cap to GDP used to be about 25 to 50% in 1990s. Now it is over 130%. The funds raised from the markets phenomenally increased, and we are seeing a very good primary market, at least as of now, for the last couple of years. 41 trillion rupees raised during 15-16 to 19-20. That is the 5-year set. And the next 5-year set, you see again a very good increase to 54 trillion. A mutual fund AUM, again, this is another huge success story that we are witnessing. Today, we have mutual fund AUM, assets under management is 80 lakh crore rupees. And it is only increasing. So all of you would be hopefully familiar with something called SIP, Systematic Investment Plans. And from that scheme only, we get about, the industry gets about 28,000 crore every month, which is about $3 billion. Despite uncertainties about the market, despite volatility, there is a clear shift happening from, especially in the younger generation. And if you look at the demographic age profile of investors who are investing in the market, so it was 38 till about 5 years back. Now the median age is 32 or 33. And again, within that also 40% is 30-year-old people. So young generation, short point is younger generation is, coming in big numbers to the market through the mutual fund route and also directly. Number of investors, again important, these are number of mostly the individual investors. The institutional would be small number. So this used to be 3.8 crores in 2019, and you see how it has grown more than 3 times, from almost 4 crores to more than, this is almost 14 crores in December 2025. So huge change in the last, and this last one especially, COVID period added a lot of numbers to the investing population. Now, let me quickly come to some recent initiatives. We have conducted a investor survey which has covered 90,000 households. It's a big sample with the help of exchanges and professional survey agencies. This has been done. 36% of investors have, and there's some interesting findings. I'll encourage all of you who are interested to look. This survey is available on our website. 36% of investors have high to moderate knowledge about the securities market. And why do they come? The high growth potential is the main driver for people coming to the market. Finfluencers are highly trusted, which is a point of worry for us as a regulator. Because these influencers, everybody today in the YouTube world can claim to be a master or an advisor or a planner, financial planner, without taking registration from SEBI. But still, despite our efforts to educate investors, people still tend to trust them because people are gullible at the end of the day. Many people are gullible. And there are some very fancy claims being made on those YouTubes or other social media places. And people fall prey to that. So 62% investors still, tend to believe what is told to them on the social media. And the people who are not there their complaint is it is too complex. It is there are information gaps. That is the reason they are not coming to the market. So these findings, what is the lesson and takeaway for us is we are trying to put more focus on our investor education initiatives. And we have a department, which is just doing this. We have a website just dedicated to investors. Now, just to connect, I told you about influencers. A lot of people, because they promise and they also make certain claims, which are of course not all right. We have come up with one new agency. It is called Parva. This is introduction of past risk and return verification agency. We've asked, this one of the SEBI registered CRA, I think it is KR has been entrusted with this. So that is the agency which collaborates with stock exchange for the necessary data, and they verify the past returns. So let me explain this a little bit. So what is the logic? What is the rationale for doing this? So here again, indirectly, our regulations don't allow making any claims which are unsubstantiated. You cannot claim I have given X% return over the 5 years. People were doing it, but we stopped that because this could be misleading. On the other hand, you have influencer again who's giving similar sort of claims and promises to people. So we thought, why don't we allow our brokers who are especially doing algo trading, our investment advisors, the analysts, if they want to, financial advisors and research analysts, if they want to make certain claims, those claims can be verified by this agency, then they can reasonably, say that this is what we've achieved. That is the purpose of this. Is a new initiative. We'll see how it plays out. But this is one idea to deal with this claims being made by unregistered players. Another, as I told you, in this last few years, we are dealing with challenges coming from the digital world. We've also come across cases where people have made payments to the intermediaries, and it was found that that person claimed to be an intermediary, but actually it was not an intermediary. And people are doing very smart things. They will just change, they will keep the name similar to a known name, with a little change in the spelling. And you would not even figure out that whether it is registered or not. So we've brought in two checks. We've brought in validated UPI handles, and a SEBI check. So when a person is making payment by UPI on a scan, now you can check, there's a SEBI check facility, whether that number, that bank account number is the genuine number of a genuine intermediary or not. Because this is all the intermediaries have been told to put their authorized numbers in the marketplace. And if it is not, it will show you that this is not a genuine number. So then you may not pay. Similarly, you can check whether the agency to whom you are paying, whether that intermediary is registered with SEBI or not. To a validated UPI handle, it will show you green and it will show you thumbs up if you are paying to the right person. So these are some of the digital tools which we are creating to help investors so that they don't make payments or they don't get trapped in wrong hands. Again, we've launched this campaign. It's called SEBI versus Scam. This is also basically targeting digital world, the bad players in the digital world, those who are making all sorts of claims and giving false promises to people. So this campaign is focusing on that you don't trust social media, you don't trust unregistered people. If something is too good to be true, it usually is. It is probably a scam, so be careful and stuff like that. We've also launched, these are all investor protection related measures that we've launched in the recent times. So we also realized that the data shows that a lot of money in the mutual fund space. I don't have the exact, it's not very high, but there is, it's just a little significant number, where there is no action. The folios are inactive for years, money is just lying dormant. So in case somebody, let's say, invested in a mutual fund 20 years back, and you just forgot about it over time, and there's been no connect from the mutual fund also. This portal, Mitra, we call it, this gives you a place to go, type your name, type your address, type your bank account number. There are certain search criteria, and system will throw if you have any investment with any mutual fund, which you might have found. It's a lost and found facility. We've also done a partnership with DigiLocker where you can store your demat and mutual fund holdings, and you can also nominate a data access nominee with only read-only access. So here we are in the last few years again. There has been a lot of demand from the industry that we should focus on ease of doing business. And that is also a very global trend now. And we are focusing on how we can simplify. A lot of regulations were written, let's say mutual fund regulations. Just to give you an example, it was written in 1990s. After that, we of course kept amending the regulation from time to time, but some portions become irrelevant. So you need to drop those. So we did that very thorough exercise, and now we've replaced mutual fund regulations of 1990s by mutual fund regulations of 2026. It is called 2026 regulation now. And in the process of revision, simplification, streamlining, we've reduced the whole legislative piece by 50%. The number of, the number of words, we did the word count also. It is substantially got reduced. Similar story for stockbroker regulation, RTA regulation, which we've done in the recent times. We've also launched a portal for FPIs, foreign portfolio investors, where especially, the category of sovereign wealth funds or category 1, those who are very reputed names in the industry. For them, can we ease out the process of listing, etc. So from that objective, we've launched this portal called Swagat, where the registrations would be much faster. Then also the new products and instruments in the area of sustainable finance. So that's another, I would say, in the last 5-7 years, we are seeing as to how various stakeholders can actually benefit by connecting to the market. It is not just big investors and the big companies. We are trying to look beyond that. So, for example, I'll come to that social stock exchange. That initiative aims at facilitating non-profit organizations to raise money through the stock exchange. Our specialized investment funds are, maybe let me just go to, I have a connecting slide there. With that, just click on sustainable finance, please, if you can. No, the previous one. Yes. So we have got into the sustainability space in a reasonably significant way in the last few years. So in the disclosure space, we have this BRSR, business responsibility and sustainability report. This is a new framework for sustainability reporting. We had a BRR, business responsibility report, since 2012, but this was completely re-engineered in 2021. We also came up with BRSR code, which is a subset, largely a subset of BRSR has some 800 data points. BRSR core has some 40 odd, 42 odd data points, which need to be independently verified by a third party assurance provider. Then we also have a green bond, yellow bond, ESG debt securities. We also have a ratings framework, regulatory framework for ESG ratings, and so on. So let's go back, please. Yeah, let's go to the next one, specialized investments fund. Here again, this is again coming from the social media world, challenges we are facing from the social media world, where people are being lured into high returns. So we thought, can we introduce a category if an investor has an appetite for higher risk, then let that product come through the regulated space. So we have allowed our mutual funds to introduce specialized investment funds where the instrument could be little more risky, for want of a better word, but with all disclosures. And there we have also kept a higher threshold of 10 lakhs. People with only 10 lakhs can invest, but there is a promise of a higher return. And in one, see another end is PMS, the portfolio management services, where people with certain threshold, I think it is 50 lakhs, if you have a higher risk appetite, you could go there. But if you are falling somewhere in between, so there's a new window for people with 10 lakhs to experiment on SIF. There's a new product, and already we are seeing some good traction. I think 4 schemes have been launched by 4 mutual funds, and I think some 4,000 crore has been already mobilized through this. Let's go to the next one. Social stock exchange. I just spend a quick minute on this. So here again, as I was telling you, the idea is that can various other stakeholders also benefit from the stock market ecosystem that we have. So here the thought process is that you have communities, the society essentially, and societies decide what they need, and there are a lot of non-profits who want to help the communities. So societies and communities interact and they arrive at a common purpose. This is a sort of a conceptual underpinning for the social stock exchange. And they are looking for capital, will connect with the purpose which has been arrived at in the society. So can the social stock exchange facilitate raising of capital by non-profits? That is basically the basic idea, institutionalizing, democratizing this space. And what are the benefits? The benefits are trust, transparency, and accountability. So if a non-profit organization wants to raise money through the social stock exchange, it has to come with an offer document and tell why does it need the money. So there's a disclosure, clear disclosure. That is at the ask stage. Then when it uses the money, it has to report back where the money has been utilized. And also it has to show the outcomes which have been achieved by using that money. And it is all through, idea is to create social impact. It's all very transparent. Basically, you have, so just imagine, supposing, the ordinary people who want to donate, right? If I want to donate somewhere, one option is that I look for a non-profit whom I can trust with my money. That is a bilateral situation. But if I go to the exchange, I see 10 or 15 or 20, whatever the number will grow over time. Today we have about 14 NPOs registered, 14 NPOs which have raised money, more than 100 are registered at the exchange. There I can go and see, okay, this is the cause I connect with, this agency has all the disclosures there, I can simply, put my money there. So basically you are changing for bilateral situation to a multilateral situation. Too many donors can come to, even geographically, I want to support somebody in Arunachal Pradesh. I don't know, I am living in Delhi. But through the exchange, if an Arunachal Pradesh entity is listed and has floated the instrument, I can finance the activity there. There's just one more connected slide. I want to talk about that a little bit. Zero coupon, zero principal instrument. This is on the social stock exchange. Basically, when you list on the exchange, you need an instrument. Just like if you are a debt listed company, you have a debenture. If you are equity listed company, you have equity shares. So here we created a ZCZP, we call it a ZCZP instrument. And this we requested the government to notify in the legislation. So as the name suggests, there is no financial return by way of interest or by way of dividend or by way of assurance of the repayment of principal. You can say then this is just a donation certificate, but it is not a donation certificate. What comes with this is, it comes with the promise of a social return. That is defined in the instrument. It comes with the promise of a social return which is disclosable, which is auditable, which is reportable. And that matrix is given by us, and also which is a regulated instrument. We are overseeing all of this through the exchange. So National Stock Exchange and BSE, this is not a separate stock exchange, by the way. We can go back to the main slide, please. I'm not talking about the other things because in the interest of time. It's not just last point on social stocking. It's not a separate exchange. It is a segment on the existing exchange. It's a new segment on the existing stocks. Then, lately we are also doing number of outreach programs to issuers and investors in the bond markets, municipal bonds, REITs, in which we are reaching out to municipal bodies. In fact, the Honorable Finance Minister recently announced more incentives for issuance of municipal bonds in the recent budget speech as well. So we are running a program for municipal corporations and motivating them to raise money through the exchanges. We have a municipal bond product. And a number of them are listed already. REITs in which are a great way to monetize, and this is a very elegant, nice infrastructure investment product. There we are reaching out to state governments and asking them to explore as to how you can monetize the assets and So idea is to, look beyond the conventional sense of the stock exchange where you just have corporates and investors. There could be, and we have, by the way, a fantastic securities market infrastructure today, with the best in class, globally best in class practices, both in terms of market and the regulatory practices. So let me move on, the future. So there are some interesting trends which are emerging. We will talk about them. So one is the way there are changes which are happening in ownership of listed companies over time. This tracks the data. This is a NSE ownership tracker, India ownership tracker. So this tracks data from 2001 to 2025. Let me straight away tell you the takeaways. So the key takeaways are there are some declining trends in the holding of promoters. They are just about 50% in September 2025 from a peak of 58% in 2009. In 2009, obviously, the global financial crisis period and people wanted to consolidate, and so that time there was more acquisition. And 50% is a very nice threshold because you retain the control with you. So, but nonetheless, there is a decline. FPI ownership is at a 15-year low now. It is 17% from a peak of 22%. Retail revolution, I already talked about a lot of investors coming in, mutual fund shares, it has all gone up. Strong SIP flows we talked about. The individuals directly and through mutual funds now own 19% of the market. So some sort of a retail revolution is going on, which is highest in the last 22 years. What does it mean for us as a regulator? What does this data tell us? Very clearly that, as more and more people, whether retail or non-retail, come to the market, the expectations from the market would be. So the corporate governance, engagement and stewardship, this becomes more important. Any mishap in the market can, mind you, a lot of these investors are new investors. They are coming to the market for the first time and they're only seeing one-way street. So far, last few years, markets have been broadly going up. So any mishap, are they ready for it? So of course, market forces can change, but any scams people will not be able to, handle. So we need to be mindful of the corporate governance, engagement, and stewardship. Investor education becomes more important. As I said, a lot of people falling prey to digital scams. So it's very important to enhance investor education, which we are doing. And also put more guardrails, more protections, at least about the basic safety of the money. The shareholder versus stakeholder debate, this keeps coming back off and on. This was a big debate few years back, but now we are seeing, the wind blowing in a different direction in many spheres. But as far as we in India are concerned, I think this has been there even before the West started talking about it. Number of corporates, and we know who do a lot of philanthropy and social work and so on, and combine profit with purpose. In fact, our CSR law mandates compulsory spending of 2% by companies on the activities which are given in the Companies Act. So this resonates with our principle of Vasudev Kutumbakam. And also, the Companies Act 2013 very clearly talks about the obligations of directors on the company to be serving the interest of all stakeholders, not just shareholders. So it's already enshrined in the law, but if you ask me personally, while that high-level legislative intent is there, but the next-level laws are still largely written from the shareholders' perspective, not from a broader community perspective. So I see, the way I see it, this is my personal view, I think this will evolve. We are the whole sustainability related debate, which has again taken a bit of a U-turn in the recent years. But I guess in the long run, these are very important issues and will continue to evolve. Today, talking more specifically, while we have sustainability reporting framework, we also have the requirement for assurance, third-party assurance on those disclosures. But the ecosystem of assurance is still to evolve, so that will evolve in the coming years. There is also a push towards global sustainability disclosure standards, ISSB. We have our own framework, so we are going to continue with it, but we will see how we can pick some good elements from the global framework as we go along. And ESG ratings and associated regulatory frameworks, as I said, all these will continue to evolve. What is the regulatory concern? When a company says, I serve the community, I have a larger purpose, I'm not just for profits. So the risk is the claim that you are making is real or not? Are you doing some kind of purpose washing? Or if you are saying you are a very environmentally sensitive company and you're taking care of all ESG concerns and so on, are you greenwashing or you are actually doing what you are claiming to? Are you basically walking the talk or that is the question. So those are the regulatory concerns which will continue to evolve. Then there are also some capital shifts which are happening. The intellectual capital is becoming more and more important. I mean, we see how globally, if you see most of the innovation in US is tech driven, and it starts basically with a problem. People want to solve a problem and they want to serve a larger purpose for the society. Many of the big companies today, right from Uber or Airbnb, they are rooted in solving some basic problems that we have as a society. So intellect and the financial capital takes a second seat. If you have a great idea, and that's where I think your program, which you were talking about, the entrepreneurial, the postgraduate program, I believe, on the entrepreneurial side becomes more important. Also, we are seeing growth of companies, and we'll continue to see that both globally and in India, healthcare, fintech, startup system. Again, it's a high priority area for us as well. Then the investments in data, AI, the digital infrastructure that is outpacing the physical assets investment. Also, I didn't mention about the public-private versus blended, all sorts of capital. So philanthropic capital can combine with commercial capital. Philanthropic capital has greater appetite for risk. Let's say if some research has to be done in some vaccine, philanthropic capital will not be in a rush for the immediate results. They will be long-term, they will be patient. If they join hands with the commercial capital, then you can blend for a common purpose. Some people are very commercial and some people are willing to wait. So that sort of blending of capital also is already happening, and I think it will probably grow more. And that's where our social stock exchange also fits in some sense. Our challenge as a regulator, the context of what is the implication for us, is the valuation piece. And this is always a burning question. One could value an idea x raised to power n, somebody could say x raised to power n minus y or whatever, so there are always debates on valuation. And how do you measure and disclose? So in fact, if you ask me today, when the auditors report something true and fair, fine, they've done all the checks, but the way things are changing, we don't know what is true and fair. So let's move on. Again, some connected point here, the lot of mobilization of money today happens in private markets, not in the public markets. In fact, in the public markets, in the IPOs that we are seeing, the companies come to discover the price, to discover the liquidity. Basically, IPO is a mechanism for offloading of shares by the controlling shareholders, by the promoters. The main risk capital, risk financing is happening in the private space already through the private equity and alternative investment structures. So as a result, you're finding the number of companies which are listed in many markets are actually declining, but we are very lucky. We are seeing very healthy growth in both public and private markets. In fact, MSCI recently launched all-country public and private index with a 15% weight on the private market. So, it's all really getting mixed up. What we need to do is that we need to see these are like you are on a highway with two lanes. So one is private markets, one is public markets. Both are essential for our economy. Somewhere the private markets converges with the public market when you come to list. And I think we need to encourage both the tracks and we need to build pathways to connect the two. Polarization, too much of polarization into private is probably against the idea of democratization of investing, wealth creation, and so on. So I think both the pieces are important to grow at the same time. AI, any presentation today is incomplete without talking about AI. So it's so much in news and you have arguments on both sides. Some say it is a hype, some say it is just the beginning and you have to wait and see the real revolution happening. It's the internet movement and so on. So, but as far as we are concerned, we are very positive about the positive use of AI in our market. And our ecosystem should benefit from the application of AI. There are some challenges in terms of bias in data and models, over-reliance on, the black box outputs, challenges around confidentiality, accountability. In fact, in one case in 2024, I think Air Canada, so they tried to put the responsibility on the chatbot. There was some problem with the customer, but the court overruled. They said, no, you can't just say it is a chatbot problem. It is not your problem. You created the chatbot. So basically the accountability has to be fixed. So laws will evolve. And again, our immediate challenge that we've seen in the market is some players, they want to ride on claims through AI. They say we deploy AI and we can generate so much return, which is a no-no. We don't allow those kind of unfounded claims. And that AI washing, as we call it, risk of bias, data privacy and accountability issues. These are again, as the whole acceleration of AI happens, these issues will become more dominant and we have to deal with them. I'm close to the end of my presentation. So the regulation leading to demand for these, this is again a global phenomenon. Everywhere people are asking for more and more easing of regulations, ease of doing business. So idea is that regulation should not inhibit growth. That is a bigger idea. Regulation should not come in the way of the growth, but it should also not compromise on a certain level of investor protection, a certain level of risk management. And what is that level? That I think all the stakeholders have to decide together up to what level we have the appetite. So this is again, ongoing debate. And idea is that you can liberalize, relax more if you have greater trust in the system. And if the trust gets further strengthened, it's easier to relax. Again, towards the end, I'll talk about some posters from Hollywood. So this was a movie, The Wolf of Wall Street. More is never enough. It's again reflecting the market runs on greed. Arbitrage is another movie where power is the best alibi. So that was the catch line there. Inside Job, I'm sure many of you would have seen this very powerful documentary on what happened during global financial crisis. And this film points in the lighter vein, it says $20 trillion to make. Rogue trader, again, he will risk everything to beat the system. The Big Short, again, saints don't live on Park Avenue. The Park Avenue is a very respected, very expensive part of Manhattan. So why I'm showing you all this, point is these movies are also a reflection of our times. So given all of this, the greed, the power, the arbitrage, regulators will continue to be there. I mean, that's the message I'm trying to drive. While you may talk about regulation versus deregulation, ease of doing business, facilitating growth, all that will continue, but you will still need someone to take care of the interest of investors who are, especially the retail investors in our Indian context, who are not so powerful, who are not on the discussion table, who are not influential. Somebody has to take care of their interests. So I'm just mindful of time. I think we can skip this easily. So thank you very much. Happy to take some questions if you have. Sorry for this very long discourse. So yeah, please.
Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, sir. Good evening. My name is Shubhankar Dekne, and I am a semi-registered mutual fund distributor myself, and also a second-year MBA entrepreneurship student here at XLRI. So, sir, my question is, as from the regulator's point of view, what could you highlight as certain gaps in the status quo, which can probably filled with some, innovative ideas, so that can actually act as an opportunity for entrepreneurs like me?
Oh, so you want a regulator to tell you where to invest, is it? We don't do that.
No, sir, not where to invest. Like basically, what are the gaps that?
Where to be? I know what you're saying. No, see, this is an interesting question. Nobody asked me the same before. So I would suggest that as an entrepreneur, you need to look for the opportunity, right? And you need to understand where the opportunity lies. To my mind today, and this is a personal view, not an official view, we are not supposed to advise people like this. But technology is a game changer. It's been a game changer. So there are many opportunities in the technology space. And how the finance and technology can intersect, that is the fintech space. So I see a lot happening in that area. As a regulator, we don't name companies. We don't like to name companies, but you see some great examples of some of the mutual fund or the online players who become very big in recent times. They were not there. So I think you are very young, and my advice would be think big. There are a lot of opportunities, and what we are seeing is just a beginning of a big further expansion that we are going to see. See, we are 140, 150 billion people. Today, as I showed you the data, only 13 crore people are in the market, and this space is only going to grow. And we are a big country in all sides. So are we there in every part of the country with good presence? I really don't know. Although data suggests that we've covered almost every district. But what is the level of coverage? So there's no specific reply to your question, but you have to yourself discover. But all that I can say at a macro level, it looks bright. There are both prospects. Technology is something you have to definitely look at. Yes, please.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Aparna from Alliance University, Bangalore. So my question is actually it's all about the cyber security or financial frauds which is happening in the country. It's an alarming situation for all of us. Is there any policy which is there in place to control this financial frauds?
Yeah, sure. So that's what I said. That's definitely an area of concern and challenge. But let me also mention that regulators are definitely doing a lot in this space. Not only regulators, but also agencies at the federal, at the central level, at the state level. Lot of action is there, and a lot of guardrails are in place. On the cyber side, we have, talking more specifically what we have done. So we have very extensive requirements for market infrastructure institutions. We have detailed requirements for all large players in the market, not just market infrastructure. Of course, market infrastructure is critical, but even for large brokers, large RTAs, these registrars, and wherever there is a public interface. So there we have, and also there is a monitoring on the cyber framework, the cyber resilience framework, we call it. There is also a requirement for disclosure, detection, taking action in time. A lot of investments are happening in that space. But you can never be complacent and sure. On the financial frauds, again, I told you several things that we are doing. And just to give you one specific example, which probably I didn't mention, we are also in touch with all these big companies like Meta, YouTube, and so on. And there we ask them to take down whatever our system detects. We have a team which is scanning this space all the time. And I forget the number, it's a large number, more than 1 lakh. The social media links or websites have been actually brought down. But again, it's a vast ocean. You bring down 1,000, another 1,000 come up. So it's a continuous struggle. So we are doing what we can, but I guess the investor education can be very powerful, because ultimately you are the one who writes the check or who presses the button to transfer money from your account. So you have to be really smart and savvy to make sure that you don't fall in the wrong hands.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, please.
So you mentioned about past risk and return analysis, verification agency, right?
Yes.
Are these model driven or human verification systems?
So I don't know the micro detail, but the large architecture is that CRA has capability because they are doing this activity anyways in the process of their rating work. Exchanges have the data. So we are asking them to collaborate, and I'm sure it is a lot of it will be model driven or the quantitative techniques driven. I don't really know. I don't know the micro details of that.
My second question is, where does SEBI stand as of now in adopting AI, like might be in the front running or inside trading? Anything use case that you might can throw?
So one area of concern which I mentioned, that you cannot make a claim, false claim, or not a false claim, maybe that's not the right word, unverified claim on the strength of AI. So if we catch you, we'll take action.
This is as of a use case. Is SEBI has developed something on the AI, or they have started using, or it's
So on the use case internally, for example, let's say this IPO documents which run in 2000 pages or so, our officers deploy LLM models to scan the document and throw up the areas of concern. We are also trying to see how we can. This is one popular use case in SEBI today because number of documents are filed with us, and the scanning is becoming. We are taking the help of these tools. Also in supervision, we are seeing how we can build a layer of AI while automating the filings by regulated entities.
I have one question on the slightly different topic, sir. The Hindenburg. We actually have a research. So just let me lay out a question. So if you do an event study around the Hindenburg announcements on Adani and the related companies, the credit markets show a very interesting dynamic in that the underlying default, probability of default, systemic risk measures, and so on spike. But then they don't mean revert. So they're even after the crisis is over, you're looking at least 2 quarters, 3 quarters. The probability of default comes down, but at a higher level. So what I'm implicitly saying is that the credit markets still are very skeptical about the accounting practices of these multinationals, mainly because they are accessing foreign markets for credit, right? So Indian may have gone, absolutely, so we don't know what happened. But what I'm therefore getting at is a slightly interesting point that the Indian regulators should also be concerned about how the domestic companies may be affecting how the domestic companies may be accessing credit internationally. In that it can have systemic risk effects. So let me be clear. So when a short selling of that magnitude happens, so here's my question. When a short selling of that magnitude happens, there's a systemic risk implication. It's not a bank, the non-financial company, but still there's a systemic risk. Adani getting hit is like a shock that gets transferred to other companies, right? And we have data, we've shown that. So what I'm therefore getting at is it something that's under your radars? I know it's still going on, and there's a lot of things that are happening. Just out of academic interest, to want to throw some light on how would you handle such cases? Because eventually these big companies get credit abroad. And if you don't fix this, the credit will be really hampered nationally.
I will not comment on the specifics of the case that you mentioned. I'm not supposed to, but I can try and throw some light on how we handle the systemic risk issues. So, we need to understand very clearly that who's the guardian of financial stability? Who's the primary guardian of financial stability and systemic risk? The primary guardian in every country is the central banker. So when the global financial crisis happened, it was very clearly felt that all the regulators have to work together. While they can be the primary guardians, but other financial sector regulators have to contribute to the management and mitigation of systemic, also the identification, detection, and then dealing with it, in terms of mitigating the risk that one may see in the market. After that, world over, various structures have come up. So there is the structure that we have in our country is called Financial Stability Development Council, which is chaired by the Honorable Finance Minister. And then we have a FSDC subcommittee, which is chaired by the central bank governor, and all the regulators are members of that. there the issues of systemic risk and financial stability, because see, in a system where the regulators are handling different areas, we handle securities market, IRDA handles insurance, PFRDA handles pension, banking is done by, there could be issues which overlap. So one part is the structure and the mechanism for dealing with it. Two is how it plays out. So that is more important. Also, there are certain elements which are, which have to, there are certain tests before you call it a systemic issue. I personally don't see the size of the market has grown so big. You can have a firm level issue. Firm level issue need not necessarily be a systemic issue because size is important. Size in terms of the, percentage of the total market size and so on. Interconnectedness is important. So there are certain elements, certain tests which have to be passed before we call it a systemic risk. And so far, luckily, after the GFC, we've not seen that so far. So, but it is a continuous exercise, something may be developing. There are issues of regulatory perimeter. My perimeter is, I know is very well defined. And if something goes beyond that perimeter, who will look at it and so on. So those are the issues.
So sorry, this is my comment. The subtle point here is that the systemic risks are no longer the banks, coming from banks. So the non-financial corporations, non-financial companies, the too big to fail non-financial companies would also be the source.
Yeah. So that is the reason you saw the strengthening of regulation of NBFCs in India also. Earlier it was very loose.
Adani.
Oh, well, let's not talk about specific companies. So then it becomes very company specific issue. Oh, well, I think, thank you very much. You've been very patient audience. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful and forward-looking address. Your perspectives have greatly enriched the academic discourse of this conference. I would also like to mention that this has truly been informative on the Indian securities landscape, especially for students like us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Father Nelson to felicitate him with a memento. We now arrive at one of the most anticipated segments of our program, the award ceremony for the best research papers. This is a moment to celebrate intellectual rigor and recognize the exceptional scholarly contributions that have enriched the discourse of this conference.
To honor our awardees, we are privileged to have two distinguished leaders with us. May I now most respectfully invite Sri Amarjeet Singh, Father George Sebastian, to kindly felicitate the winners of the research papers.
Thank you. So, for the Best Paper Award in Sustainability, Purpose Without Power, the Allocation of Authority in Corporate Leadership, presented by Piotr Langer. So he is not here. So I'll just announce and move to the next one. So in the regular category, just a note, all best paper awards are best paper awards, there's no first, second, third. So even if I announce in a certain order, it's all top papers. So in the regular category, we have Banking Agents and Financial Inclusion, Agent Motivation Beyond Financial Compensation, presented by Sadrita Deb Sanal Gupta and co-authored with Puran Singh and Ashay Kadam. Are the authors here? I don't think so. Fine. So in the regular category, the second is when disasters strike, how do corporate insiders respond to climate risk? Presented by Matilda Farai and co-authored with Heda Ritter 2I10. I don't think she is also here. In the regular category, the next award is Board Remuneration and Firm Performance. Does the identity of the director matter? Presented by Pratik Bedi and co-authored by Smrita Ramakrishna and Kalpakam Gopalakrishna. Is he here? Yes. So for the PhD students, we have two best paper awards. The first paper is the impact of bulk equity derivative delisting on stock prices and firm fundamentals, an Indian market study by Ujjwin Nevatia. I don't think Ujjwin is here. Fine. And second is market risk premium disguised as volatility risk premium, presented by Rajarshi Somo. I congratulate the winners and we will get in touch with you for your bank details for the cash awards.
A very hearty congratulations to all the award recipients for their outstanding research contributions. It is now my distinct pleasure to invite Professor Vaibhav Lalwani, conference co-convener, to present the conference report.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure to have been invited to present the conference summary report. The conference lasted 3 days, and over these days, as expected, we've observed a lot of networking and collaboration, which will hopefully lead to long-term collaborations and friendships. I wish to present some salient points regarding the conference. We received 175 plus submissions from more than 15 countries with all continents covered there. So after a rigorous review, about 103 papers were accepted. And of these 103, 73 papers registered with 87 participants. We had 24 parallel sessions of 3 papers each, and these 24 theme tracks range from AI and ML to microfinance and financial inclusion, climate risk to ESG, and from investor psychology to bankruptcy. We've covered a wide range of events, and we also follow some of the best global practices in hosting the conference. Some of these practices are having a discussion-based model where a discussant discusses the paper presented by the presenter to help them achieve a better structure or improve the structure of the paper or overall findings. Then we gave 90-minute sessions with 3 papers in each session, giving total cross 30 minutes to each paper, which is one of the highest on an average. Then we invited top global experts from academia, regulatory bodies, and the industry as keynote speakers. We had high-quality conference tutorials on contemporary topics such as AI in finance, climate research, econometric modeling, and data architecture in capital markets. We thank you all, and we hope to organize this conference at regular intervals, regular frequency, and hope that the outcome will be even better next time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Professor Pankaj Agarwal, conference co-convener, to propose a vote of thanks.
Good evening, all the dignitaries and the respected delegates and all the students and everybody else from the XLRI who is present here. It is my proud privilege to have been invited to propose a vote of thanks at the end of this three-day conference. First of all, today's guest of honor, Shri Amarjeet Singh sir, who, despite his busy schedule, as Professor Pradhan has already indicated, accepted our invitation, and he wanted to come to visit us. That was really flattering, sir. And thank you for finding time to visit us. And the talk and I think the detailed contours of the capital markets that you described, I think they were not only useful for us, I think many of my MBA finance students are sitting here. So I think they got a crash course on what is the contemporary regulatory thinking about the capital markets. Thank you for such insightful talk that you gave us, sir. And we do hope. So just one thing I would like to point out. So, sir, you have talked about the proactive steps SEBI has been taking on investor protection. That reminded me of an advertisement where at the end it says that "Dar ke aage jeet hai." So investors are fearful. But after listening to you and the steps that you have taken, I can tell the investors, "Dar ke aage Mr. Amarjeet hai." So thank you very much, sir. We are really grateful. Mr. Ashwini Tiwari, Managing Director, State Bank of India, the guest of honor for our inaugural. He was kind enough on an MPC and result day. So our talk was sandwiched between the MPC meeting and his results, SBI results. But he could find time kind enough. So in absentia, I thank Mr. Ashwini Tiwari. I would like to thank our keynote speakers, Professor Marcin from Imperial College London, who was physically on the campus for 3 days. He was kind enough to involve himself in everything that we had to offer and added tremendous value in absentia. I thank Professor Marcin Kisparzik. Professor Madhu Kalimipalli from Wilfrid Laurier University, Canada. When he came as a guest, but over the course of 3 days, it was difficult to distinguish him from hosts because he was taking care and getting into everything that we were doing. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your expert session, sir. And thank you for being so nice with all of us and inspiring so much of confidence in us by your encouragement. And we do hope to see you regularly in future, sir. Thank you so much. Professor Vikas Agarwal from Georgia State and Professor John H. Kochrin, needs no introduction. We thank them in absentia for giving keynote addresses online. It's not easy to get these people, but they were kind enough. So thank you, Professor Vikas and Professor John Kochrin. So before I thank delegates, so a couple of, I think some of the delegates whom I talked over the course of these 3 days and my colleagues have told me that, they express their happiness at our hospitality and the arrangements, everything. So before we take any credit for it, so let me first inform that we are privileged to be working for a Jesuit institution. And one of the core values of our institution is what we call as MAGIS, M-A-G-I-S, which means pursuit of excellence and trust in God's will. So this is our guiding light. So if anything good you found in the arrangement and organization of this conference, it is because of the inspiration that we derive from the spirit of MAGIS at our XLRI. So we thank all the delegates and session chairs and discussants for coming to XLRI, visiting us, participating in the conference and adding that intellectual rigor through your paper presentations and being such nice guests and amazing audiences in all the talks. And we look forward to seeing you, in future, of course. So thank you for being with us and thank you for participating in this conference. So now the leading lights of our institutions, without whose support this conference would not have seen light of the day, starting from Reverend Father George, Director XLRI and Vice Chairman of the XLRI Board. All those, Father George is present in Jamshedpur, but he has always taken very keen interest in whatever initiatives Delhi is taking and always supported it. Father, we don't have enough words to thank you for the encouragement and support you gave to the conference. Father Nelson, I'm sorry, it's getting slightly long, but I must acknowledge because you don't know, you only saw us, you thought it's our doing. No, it's not. So you must know who was working, giving us energy behind the scenes. Father Nelson, Father, thank you so much for taking care of even the minutest detail. It's not easy for a director of such a institution to be present in almost all the events and ensuring that nothing was amiss. So thank you so much, Father, right from inception to execution. Your feedback has been instrumental. And thank you so much for always trusting us and giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much, Father. Father Donald, who is again in Jamshedpur, Dean Administration and Finance. So conference organization requires finance, right? So Father Donald has been very generous with us in supporting the conference in terms of organizing it and in terms of whatever we have required of him. Thank you, Father Donald, in absentia. And our resident Dean Administration and Finance, Father Alvin, who has been let me tell you, Father Alvin had to travel somewhere, and we were discussing, Father, where you are going, how will we organize this conference? He cancelled his travel. So we are grateful, Father, for taking care of everything, our reasonable, unreasonable requests that is sending you. We know behind the scenes you have worked very, very hard. We were the face, but we know the kind of work you have done for this conference. I mean, on the go, you solve problems. Everything we asked, you did. Thank you so much, Father. We can't be more grateful. Thank you, Father Dayal. Father Dayal, who takes key interest in execution and ever the friendly face, Father Dayal. So I'm not sure whether he is in the hall. So Father Dayal, yeah, he's probably outside. So Father Dayal, thank you so much for helping us organize this conference. Our Dean Academics, who has a class right now, he could not come, Professor Munish Thakur. He has always encouraged us, provided key inputs for academic organization of this conference. So thank you, Professor Munish, for your support and help. We also thank Mr. Harbhajan Singh, our Chief Strategy and HR. He was always supportive whenever we asked of them. Thank you, Mr. Harbhajan. Professor Ankit, is he in the room? Professor Ankit? Yes. So, Professor Ankit was given a key responsibility as our colleague, key responsibility of taking care of all the sessions, that is 24 sessions where papers were presented. He single-handedly managed all the paper presentation sessions flawlessly. So thank you so much, Professor Ankit. You are a great colleague and a great friend. Thank you. I also thank all the faculty colleagues who have been very encouraging and very supporting all through the conference. Thank you very much. I will be amiss in my duties if I do not really, kind of name the key people who are working behind the scenes, maybe 24/7. I think there's someone happy by the valedictory of this conference is these people because they have been working day and night. Mr. Ashwini, Mr. Sandeep, Ms. Jyoti, Mr. Abhinav, you all have really made this. If there's anything good in administering things, it is because of you. Thank you so much for your kind support and kind cooperation. And let me quickly add that a number of teaching assistants that we have, I mean, perhaps in the interest of time, I'll not take all names. All the teaching assistants that were there, I mean, again, they were very patient with us because we sometimes were not really very pleasant during the organization of it. But thank you so much for all your support and, encouragement. Thank you, all the teaching assistants. Yes. Sorry, I forgot we had many online sessions and Mr. Chandra Prakash, who leads our IT infrastructure team, and supported by Mr. Anil. They've ensured that all the online sessions went on flawlessly. The conference was live streamed on YouTube. Anybody could have attended any session on Zoom. There was an open Zoom link for each paper presentation session. And this became all possible because of our friend, Mr. Chandra Prakash. Thank you so much, Chandra Prakash. I thank all other staff members who have directly or indirectly helped organize this conference. It was a lot of demand on you, we understand, but thank you so much for understanding. Now, our students. So our student volunteers, it's not easy to find appointment with our student volunteers. They have very packed schedule. So you have seen our masters of ceremonies, they are here, and all other volunteers. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I'll just take one more minute and close. But I must thank all the student volunteers. You have done yeoman service to this conference, and I can't thank you enough. So maybe a quick round of applause for my student volunteers. Now, last but not least, of course, I may have forgotten some names, so please pardon me for that. Everybody else whose name I might have forgotten, thank you. Now, before I close, I must thank the conveners, joint conveners in the conference, Professor H.K. Pradhan, who was the chief idea generator behind the conference, and he guided us every step of the way. Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring us to organize this conference at Delhi, having faith in us, allowing us freedom to take decisions here. Thank you so much. Without your guidance, this conference would not have been possible. We hope you'll continue to guide us to improve further and organize more such events at Delhi. Thank you so much. And my colleague Vaibhav, where is Vaibhav? Vaibhav is sitting there. So, I mean, I have no words. So, I mean, at the end of this conference, if I have earned something, it is friendship of Vaibhav. So, the kind of time we spent together working for the conference and the things that I learned from him, his patience, his diligence, his insistence on ensuring that everything is top class and quality. I think, I mean, it's a memorable time for me working with you, Professor Vaibhav. Thank you so much. I've been given signal before they pull me out. So everything that was nice in this conference was of all these people. If there was anything amiss, yours truly is responsible. I hope you'll forgive me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the curtains draw to a close on the Global Banking and Finance Research Conference, we find ourselves standing at the end of an extraordinary intellectual journey. But I would like to remind everyone, the conference is not just about intellectual ideas. It is an opportunity to make lifetime friendships and bonds. We've been extremely privileged to host you for the last 3 days, and we hope to see you return to XLRI Delhi-NCR soon and maintain a lifelong relationship with us. Thank you so much. I now request everyone to move to the Garden Pavilion for tea.